gracefully welcome our YouTube audience. Welcome back to the show. You guys are watching NODWIN Valorant Challenger South Asia, driven by Hyundai and Philips. OneBlade is our styling partner. And speaking of style, we have the players walking in and showing us what they've got. I don't remember Josh having these many tattoos, but he certainly looks sick.
Hey, why not? Why not? Let's just add one more. I'll say that as soon as he wins the game, he should add another one. It would look really cool.
Yeah?
But yeah,
why not?
I mean, Blackhawk and Knight Rider. If my memory serves me right, they were teammates in a previous org, right? And now playing against each other.
Blackhawk and Knight Rider? Sorry, bro. You triggered a part of my memory which does not function right away. But I do know one thing, that Knight Rider was in Revenant at one point, but that was a long time ago. So yeah, they could have been teammates. I'm not sure if Blackhawk was active in that team at that point. I think he was. So yeah, your intuition might be correct. They were teammates at some point. The only person who I know for sure was not a part of any other org before is Venka, because he is a fresh young blood guy. Paradox, on the other hand, wearing an eye patch over his head.
He was sleeping. He was just sleeping before the game, and he said, "Oh guys, it's game time. Let's go. Let's have some rounds in our favor, and let's just win this out 2-0. Go home quickly, and let me have a good night's sleep."
Yep. Even Curtis was holding something in his hand. I couldn't really take a good look at it. It's not just my memory, even my eyesight is deteriorating, but I think that as long as my voice serves me right, I should be fine. But these players, they have a lot to prove. Militant Esports still recovering from the wounds of the past where they couldn't make it to the playoffs. Revenant, they have their own void to fill because they were simply not present in split number 1. So both these teams have something to bring to the table. They have gotten enough time to prepare, to rejuvenate themselves, and I hope they bring their A game today.
Oh, Ching on the other hand is calling the shot. Look at him. Look at him. He's just so active. He wants the boys to be completely pumped up and be ready for the game. Oh my god, Revenant. I'd love to see a good showing. All of these guys just radiate positivity. But if you look at Team Militant, they're all serious. All of these 5 players are like, yeah, we need to win this one out. We cannot afford a loss this early in the tournament because the previous time we did, we were not able to come back into the tournament. So we need this win. Let's see if they're able to do it or not.
Yeah, and Revenant is a perfect team to start out against. Militant, because they played in split 1, they have showcased some of the maps that they are weak on and strong on. So Revenant has a counter. Revenant will definitely do their research. But at the same time, Revenant has been out of action since quite some time, so I don't know if they will be in the groove. Maybe the warm-up won't properly happen. So there is a glimmer of hope where Militant Esports can come out on top over here. But right away, Lotus and Pearl have been banned.
Interesting. And look at that, Militant, they select split as their map pick. Now it is a very exploding sort of a map where yes, it is heavily defensive side, defender side oriented, but it also depends a lot on the agent composition. But thank the lords for answering my prayers. We'll see the map of Bind. Thank you so much, Team Revenant, and a new team, a new map. Let's see what they have to cook on it.
Yeah, a lot of new things today, right? You've got a team coming in for the first time in VCSA. Bind, the new version of it being picked up for the first time, so I'm pretty happy about that. What I'm also happy about is that Militant have banned Haven. They showcase some stark weaknesses on this map, especially in split 1. The one time they did win Haven against Godlike also was a very lackluster showing from their side. So I'm glad that it's not in the picture. Same with Ascent. There are already 2 very puggish maps, Bind and Split. Can be very momentum heavy and reliant on trades. So if Ascent was also picked up, all 3 maps would basically have the same puggish vibe, which I don't think is fortuitous for either of these teams. It's best that the last map has been left off as it is, so there will be some strategic element that Revenant can show us, if at all we go to map number 3.
I love it that the side of Team Revenant have done some homework. And even Team Militant,
Wait,
look at this
what?
double controller on the map of Split. Now, most of us would be surprised, but me being an avid watcher of VCT all around the globe, I've seen this a lot. I've seen the use of Viper a lot throughout the whole other regions.
But what about
Harbor?
Harbor?
I'm happy. it is a new pick, but it's in sort serves the exact same thing
Yeah,
that
true.
Viper does. So
True.
the wall is almost the same. You have a poison orb, whereas here you have the bulletproof orb, and on the other hand there are two mollies, whereas you have two cascades, which do have different use cases, but essentially they are used to deny space to your opponent. So in a way they are same. But hey, Revenant, the lineup, I love it with that Astra. Astra brings a lot of defensive superiority as well. Whereas on the other hand, we have an Omen. Now, why specifically Omen and why not Astra? That is a question I have for the side of Team MLT, and let's see if they're able to answer it.
I mean, on the attacking side, the Astra doubles up as one of the people that can set you up for success. You bombard a set with all your stars, put your gravity well and your concussion over there, so it kind of nullifies a lot of the area. So I can see why the Astra has been picked up, but Omen offers a lot more flexibility that way. As long as you are sticking with your team, that flash can be devastating. And let's be honest, there's not too many flashes available over here, right? There is a Sky in the mix, but that is it. We are used to seeing a lot of team pick up double initiators, which include KO and the Sky. So there's like double the amount of flashes available most of the time. But then again, once you have picked up this double duelist composition which Josh S and Paradox have gone for, I think Revenant Esports are going to pick up the pace heavily. So this Astra kind of suits them, you know, when they start on the attacking side in the second half, the Astra can bombard a lot of the area and they can just start diving in. But Militant on the other hand, as long as they use their harbor correctly, they should be able to get into these sites without having to pick up a lot of fights in the first place.
And Militant, knowing the composition that Team Revenant has, they should leave a lurker every round. They don't have a sentinel, they'll have no information on what's happening on the other side. So that's a weakness for the composition that Team Revenant is playing. And to, I think, avoid all of that, they got to play retake on B for the very first pistol round. And that should be the tone for the rest of the game too. They'll leave one part of the map, they'll play retake on it, and then try to contest the other places on board. But here we go, the push comes in from MLT. They're already in, the double satchels are great. Right to ace blind, but Moon was there to take advantage of that. And now the pieces are falling in place for the side of Team Revenant. Yes, they do take a casualty, but Paradox already down the A ramp region. And they just swipe up the players of Team MLT.
Yeah, they got swarmed from every side. If anyone over here is a fan of MOBA games, the word I would use is ganked to describe this entire push. Militant Esports used their harbor utility well enough to cut all lines of sight and create a pathway for themselves into the site directly. But what do Revenant respond with? They disrespect all of that util. They peek ahead of the high tide, peek ahead of all their Omen smokes, and start fighting Militant Esports before they can even get towards the planting region. So Revenant, right off the bat, have shown us that the controllers are not going to be able to give Militant an edge. What else do they have? Maybe the firepower alone? Even that can't be matched when you've got a Marshal on Josh.
He's out looking for blood here. He just wants those knives to be charged ASAP. And the remaining two players stucking in Seavers, not giving any information here. And I'm just right now looking at the player behavior for the players of Team Revenant, the way that they're playing. As soon as they saw that mid is all clear and then they had to go and check those 50-50 angles, they just backed off. Better to fall back rather than try to take these fights. And now they get rewarded for that. Josh was patient, fell back, gets another frag to his name. Caught as a Knight Rider, left just looking for anything that they can get. Their primary motive, deny the flawless.
Yeah, and even if it is not a flawless, it is gonna be okay. It's not like they have to worry about economy because Militants are gonna be having weapons in the next round regardless. And Revenant taking no casualties, that's cool. You have to also address the fact that there were no shields, not even half shields on the other side, so the Marshals can just continue body shotting away. And Revenant, I like this discipline. They play aggressively towards mid at the start, but as soon as they have that man advantage, they have no problem falling back, which should always be the case. Once you've got that man advantage, just retreat, maintain it. And then the ball's in the court of Militant Esports. Weapons online.
Let's see though. Exactly.
Yeah.
This is the round. This is the round which you'll have to see what team MLT has in their back. What is their stat here? They're just waiting for any aggressive pushes, any proactive moves coming in from the players of Team Revenant. And there is. They might be rewarded if Knight Rider decided to stick around for a little bit more. He would have been rewarded with the frag. Oh, wait a minute. Ching When did this guy have a Marshall?
Oh,
And
there
he's
was...
already delivered.
Yeah, there was a double marshal activated in the previous round itself. Ching just never saw any action, so we didn't realize it. Oh, but Wenka!
Oh, Venka.
Yeah, that was a cool double kill. Mid's liberated. They know where Ching is. Oh, but they still can't delay him. Don't let him yoink the gun. He got it. Oh, this is disastrous. On the verge of an ace. He gets all the glory, and even Josh S is here to back him up in time. Revenant Esports continue holding on to their bonus weapons and turn it around. I was so nervous over there when he tried to grab that Vandal. I thought this is it. He's gonna die right there, but they all just walked into his crosshair. Venka just satcheled in there. Ching, what an absolute beast. His Marshal didn't get to see any action in the previous round, but now he doubles up on it.
Quadruples, I'd say.
Yeah.
Okay, in the round overall. What a play by Ching. I was surprised to see the first, but then came in the second and followed it up with the third and fourth. My god, what a round. And now MLT, they do not have any weapons to play with. Just Ceres and a Marshall for Knight Rider. Let's see if he can replicate what Ching did in the previous round. It's again a sort of a split. They're just holding for pushes, and the pushes, it's not like the players of Team Revenant are not going proactive. They are, but they're not being punished properly. Here, Venka finally finds that opening onto Josh. The question is, does he even get to save the weapon? No, they do not. They're just rotating off of that pick.
Yeah, the Raze Util has pushed them back, so Militant Esports have now no choice but to go back underground, dig their way through the sewer, pick up that spike and try again elsewhere. But Revenant Esports aren't letting up. They still have Blackhawk jump spotting across mid, and he has no intention to fight over here. He's just looking to delay them. The flash does nothing. He peeks out, but Wenka this time delivers yet again. He's so consistent.
Seeing the round snowballs though. This is a rifle that was very necessary for Team MLT to make a move in. And now comes Double Satchel. He hit the ceiling and was not able to just jump into the right position. And Ching
what is this?
Again. These guys, like, their first 2 rounds you keep me quiet. The other 2, I just pop off.
That smile tells you everything. Understandably so, he gets the quad kill in this round because there wasn't too much firepower available on Militant. They didn't have the weaponry. But then you piece the puzzle together. He got the quadruple in the previous round as well, and that too in their faces, just jumping around without a weapon. He was able to pull that off in round number 3. Imagine what's going to happen when he's in prime position to shut them down. More of these quad kills. And I feel so bad for Venka right now. He did a wonderful job, but yet didn't help his case.
Not even here. In the previous round too, he was the one who was able to get a couple of frags to help Team MLT have that numbers advantage. And both the times his team is not able to convert on the frags he delivers.
Yeah.
Let's see though this time if the things do change. They do not, because Josh with the operator got Venka this time. It was an easy shot to deliver. But yeah, what do Team MLT do here? Their backs are against the walls right now. Every round they lose, they'll drop another one because they'll just have to eco, even if they hit the max loss bonus. Let's see the answer. The answer is they're trying to explore out, right? Paradox gets that information, just switches off the angle, throws the Roomba to get some more information. But Revenant, look at this. They're still very comfortable. They do have the Opera on A. They have some support in form of Blackhawk, and the nade is just perfect. It isolates Cortez from the rest of the team. Yes, Paradox missed a few shots, but then he is there to cover him up. But what is this? A shot he trying to clear around the corner, and bad luck. He has been given a chance here. Instantly uses his ultimate to go towards elbow. He'll get the plant. But what about the post-plant situation?
Exactly. Militant find themselves isolated yet again. First with that nade, which allowed them to get the kill onto Cortez. And now Blackhawk is playing them like a fiddle. They didn't go for the plant right away. And Blackhawk times it perfectly. A moment of hesitation for Bad Love now results in Rio not only cut off from his teammates, but also from the spike. Will he get his head cut off at least? Nah, he keeps it in one piece.
But Team Revenant, they still are able to win the round. And that's the 5th one on the board. And here, MLT, if they do want to have a say in the whole game, in this map, at least the map of Split, they need to get at least 3 to 4 rounds on attack. And their attacks have been looking very, very shabby. Very, very shabby. I don't see a plan. I don't see any any threads being made, any early control being gained. No strategy behind the plays that Team MLT is trying, is what I feel.
So I'll disagree on one part. At least they are trying to pressure on all sides of the map, but they end up losing a lot of their players in the process. So yeah, you gotta fix that somehow.
Let's see though again though, Venka. Just hoping someone pushes the smoke and he catches a player again. But this time, no bueno.
Yeah.
No one coming in, no one giving anything whatsoever to Team MLT and Revenant. They're happy to leave up, right? They're super happy. This is the fast play, however, the showstopper, it catches Ching. And now let's see if there is a reply of sorts. Paradox hurt bad because of the paint shells, and now he's isolated. He's all alone on site. He's the only anchor left. Support is flushing in, but Blackhawk gets taken by Cortez's Sheriff.
I know
MLT,
exactly
they want to snowball the round here. Cortez with the second. This should be their round. And it is. Rio gets another frag. Right to ace, left all alone. And finally, MLT cracked the code. The showstopper helped them grab B Heaven. And that is where they get the round from.
Yeah, most teams change their pace when they start losing rounds, but Militant don't just change the pace every now and then, they do it within the same round itself. They try to make a contact play towards mid, and as soon as they hear the first footstep, as soon as they figure out where the players of Revenant will be holding, and the pattern hasn't really changed, right? Revenant always keep 2 on B Heaven. They throw in that paranoia laterally, which covers the entire region, and as they're falling back, the showstopper blows them to smithereens. And just like that, Militant Esports, they take B Heaven, but they don't get into the B site yet. They use the high tide, keep the stairs region cut off, and then they hold for a second. They knew for a fact that Revenant will try to crunch them. They hold on for the crunch, break open those crossfires, and then continue on towards this side. So they started off slow, picked up the pace all of a sudden, and then dropped it yet again. That's how you confuse Revenant, but now Revenant are picking up the pace on their own. A very aggro push by Paradox, and it's not just him. There's 3 of his teammates just marking all the angles. This is a dangerous game that Venka is playing over here. Peeking into that off crosshair, that can't be good for health. Militant avoid the danger by going towards the extremities of the map instead, but will they get anything done?
They needed Rio there. If one of the duelists started contest, but you need the initiator to help him out. Rio with a flash could have entirely changed the game. But here MLT will find a free site. So they were playing retake on A, and that is exactly what they'll do. Blackhawk is just trying to connect any spam, he's just trying to throw his mollies, delay the push any.
Wow.
Forward, and Rio.
Not ready yet.
My man just sprayed through the smoke running, gets a frag onto Paradox. And this will definitely better the chances of Team Revenant pointing a retake here.
High tide activated for good measure, and on the back of this high tide, they're actually aggressing ahead. Cortez, he chooses violence. Up on Josh. They know where he is, but will they still challenge him? Yes, they do, and they instantly regret it. But bad love is the insurance policy. He makes sure that nobody can get in via A main, and they've been sent back upstairs where Knight Rider is now prepared. The flash pushes him back, but there's still Cortez who can crunch them. It's all going to come down to timing. And speaking of time, it's running out. Revenant might have to concede this. Will they at least save the weapons? Oh yes, they get to do that. Oh, maybe right to ace doesn't, but at least the op is still alive. So the big gun, that's still there. Unless Cortez picks it apart.
Oh, but the shorty. And the HP is not there for Cortez 240. But yeah, they never meet. So MLT, great decision making, good disengage through mid, and then Revenant were anyways playing retake on A. So this is a little bit sketchy for Team Revenant to play around with, because you know you don't have a sentinel, so you really need to play retake on one of these sites. And this has harmed them for the very first time in the whole map. Let's see if Team Militant is able to exploit it even more. This time, look at that. You talked about Knight Rider being super good on off. He's a Cypher, already has picked up on an attack.
Yeah, why not? He's supposed to be holding angles anyway. When the rest of his team is pushing up mid, he has been holding the extremities towards A main.
Correct.
So might as well station that up and make sure that nobody from Revenant can push ahead. And out of the 7 rounds that we've seen so far, Revenant did play a little aggressively towards A main, if not to like fully push in. They at least played to make sure that Militant don't get all that land for free.
Let's see the other side. Clearing out mid lane. 1 minute on the clock still, but MLT did not gain any ground. on the back of the Trailblazer. And there's again a smoke in their face. So let's see the decision making here. They're already pivoting towards the A side. And this flash, oh, this will give information. This will give very important information to the player of the team Revenant, because right to ace was disengaging from the side, and now when Ching jumps in, so this is a good hold. There is a judge around the corner. Does not get cleared, and right to ace takes care of Venka.
30 seconds left.
Oh, team Revenant, the perfect time to go for the flash, helps them set up inside, and Militant seems like a lost round.
Yeah, and even if they can somehow piece it together, Badlove is very far away from his teammates. He was hoping that they will be able to join him by jumping in towards vents, but whatever Badlove cleared, it doesn't really bear any fruit. Alright then.
Just saving the rifle. I mean, Paradox just jumped in. He anyways had just a bulldog to play with.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a big loss. But hey, a great round, a great lead, a great late round flash. Help them set for success. Revenant, a good round, a necessary round, because their economy could have been broken if they lost this one out. They do not, and they have that 6th round on the board.
One consistent problem that Militant Esports always find themselves in is running out of time. They try to take mid control adamantly, and when Militant bombard them, when Revenant bombard them with smokes and break all that pace, then Militant have no choice but to go towards either A main or B main, and by that time they've got like some 40 something seconds left. At that point it becomes very difficult, and then when you've got the judge, that is even more of a disaster. Venka instantly regretted dashing in over there. He satcheled in, and after that the Viper's Pit was activated, so then he found themselves in the middle of a goo. Oh.
The Paradox, the timing could have been interesting there, but hey, he gets taken care of. On the other side, we did see another frag being delivered too. So yeah, Revenant, they should have this round locked until unless Cortez is able to get into the side and then throw the reckoning off. Josh flashed, but still does not leave the angle, so it still has to be very careful. They still have to be very careful. Cortez, he just dodged that shot there, and again, Militant working their way towards the ace.
Yeah, this seems like a rinse and repeat. Every time Militant don't get mid control, they try going towards A main. At least this time, it's just Ching over here, and he can't do much unless he feels like an absolute giga chad, and he walks through those smokes. That is very brave. Playing a one and done angle now, which he will be sufficient in. Spike down, he knows where Knight Rider is, and Knight Rider doesn't have any backup. Rio is far away from him, but they still are able to get 2 kills on their own.
I have
25 seconds again the time, but they're wary about it. Revenant, they're checking every corner. They still think that there can be someone A heaven, and why not? Rio just got a frag there. Finally, team Revenant, they're able to get at least A heaven back under their control, but that Trailblazer has suggested no one is coming CT, so they're not watching it. MLT, they'll need to find the timings here. Knight Rider with the cam has the trip too, and off the trip you'll have a sky flash from Rio. It's a great setup. Let's see team Revenant, how do they want to deal with it. Rio, the flash was good, but the molly went and made him vulnerable. This has put Blackhawk into a problem though. Now the smoke is there, he can stick it to half. He can get it to half. The smoke will cover him for a very long period of time. The spam does not connect, and the spike just got stuck.
Way.
What a round from Team Revenant. They just steal it under the noses of Team MLT.
And so many of those Revenant members made these pushes by themselves, which really put Militant Esports in a spot where they were left scratching their heads. Would you expect a solo Astra to push out ahead of a Cascade to challenge them in a one and done spot when she knows there's a player already inside flanking her? Nobody in their right mind would take that risk. Nobody except Ching. And he drops the spike. Gets so much done. And then of course, the cojones on Blackhawk to go for that stick, knowing fully well that Knight Rider's right around the corner. Oh man, those kind of plays only Revenant can make, nobody else. The boldest, maybe even the bravest, but are they the best yet? At least in terms of Militant Esports, they could be.
Only 2 rounds Team Militant got. One of them was on the back of a showstopper. Venka is far away from that. Paradox, the nade could do a lot of damage because Venka's vulnerable and he decides to just back off using the satchel. A good decision there. And Rio can reset him to the full HP, and he does. So it is a B split here. Ching just... Oh, he's a rat. He's a rat, alright. And he is holding there with the judge too. So if you don't clear the angles or if you half-heartedly clear those angles, you're good as dead. And let's see how does this B split come in. They're still waiting towards A vents too.
Seriously?
Hoping to get any frags, but Blackhawk just shows how accurate you are on the rope.
Okay, finally somebody puts his killing spree to an end. That shenanigan on the rope was actually very funny to look at, but they spray him down through the smoke, and that's great. Cortez with the high tide is able to clear the angles. Knight Rider holding fort, holding this spot. And up close, Josh's off can't really do all that much, but the shorty definitely can. Knight Rider avoids it like the plague, but he can't get back in time.
Oh man, I always love these shotgun frags. I am an avid shotgun lover.
Oh, okay.
Sign me up for these shotgun frags any day. I also wanted to see how did Ching hold the B main angle. I do not know why did Blackhawk want to move inside the smoke, because there was no support from the right to Ace to maybe try and pop flash through. But hey, an avid attempt. Militant, they'll get themselves the third round. Revenant, they're looking to just close it here, maybe not leak any rounds further.
Yeah, and they don't have to worry about a lot now. At least Revenant Esports knows what's working for them and what isn't. Mid control has always been denied to Militant. And in a few rare occasions, Militant will be able to break through towards B heaven. But most of the times they find success, it is towards A main. So very few things are actually working for Militant, and as long as Revenant play to their strengths, it should be fine. And they've identified those strengths. Let's see if they reinforce those areas, or do they try to cover all the bases.
Revenant though, because the previous few rounds have been a little bit close, they don't have the money to invest in this round. And Ching with just a shorty. Josh is the only one who had that operator save from the previous rounds. That is exactly what he is going to play with. And there's a Sheriff for Blackhawk, a Frenzy for Paradox. Let's see if this yields any sort of result. Right away is just playing it completely safe, no purchases whatsoever, plays with a classic without a shield. Good to say glass cannon classic, although it does not one-shot you. But hey, double to the dome can do the trick.
Calling it a cannon is too far of a shot.
Okay, I and Militant though very hesitant about taking any sort of control early in the round. Again, Molly is being used by Blackhawk, trying to deny any space that he can. And another pivot on the back of Knight Rider's call here, I think. He clears out B main, calls it out, and MLT are happy to rotate on the back of it.
But so are Revenant, even they are making their moves towards the B side preemptively. And this is not on the back of any information, it's just instinct over here. And their instinct is in the right place. Yeah, now Knight Rider hesitates to get out of this smoke. The time has passed way too much. The snakebite and nade push them back again. But with less than 30 seconds on the clock, where do Militant make a move? If they try to go towards the mid area, they will have to brute force their way through. There's no way they can continue creeping in. The shorty doesn't take any effect. And that allows them to sneak in. At least B main has leaked now, so they can plant the spike. At least time won't be another pressure anymore. Cortez now has to play as the lurker.
Oh, so cheeky. He just went behind the wall to avoid the guiding light. Although Josh is still holding the angle. He gets the frag. Does he have the Blaze Storm? He needs one more for the Blaze Storm and he then can juggle the operator. Blackhawk needs another bullet onto Venka to take him down. Oh, but Josh, he is riding his level best inside, but will be taken care of by the remaining players of team MLT. A good orchestrated round. MLT, yes, they still do run out the clock, but they get the frags when needed.
It's also kind of cute how Badlov let Cortez die over there to absolutely sell the fake. Give Revenant the idea that mid is clear. He went in way too late, but that got the job done. Plus Militant Esports, they were playing dangerous games by waiting all that time.
Snuff them out.
They were able to just barge their way through towards B main because Revenant was lacking weapons, but if that wasn't the case, and Militant tried to execute with like 30 seconds left, they will have a lot of trouble. So I hope this last round doesn't repeat the same patterns.
Let's see the right to Ace. Oh, he got the trip.
Oh
On the
my
back
God.
of it, Josh has
No
got
way!
one. He wanted to knife him. But Ching on the other hand gets a couple of frags. Venka was the only one to escape with one. With the proactivity from Team Revenant, a little bit too much because Rio gets another frag. Right to his, instantly equalizes. Not even equalizes, puts the number back in his team's favor. The Seekers will give away the position of the remaining 2 players. But there is still another minute left on the clock. Cortez, 3 away from the ultimate. So ultimates are not going to be a part of this round for Team MLT anymore. And they yet are to recover the spike. 50 seconds on the clock. What decision do they make? That is an important question here.
Alright, at least they cleared out Blackhawk's backstab. That is a silver lining. Now that they know where Blackhawk is, they can gamble on the fact that Revenant will have 2 players on A. And with this 2v2 push towards the A side, they can at least take the trades for themselves and make their way in. Right to A is also spotted. Only Paradox is yet to be discovered. But now that the showstopper will be activated, Cortez gets blown apart to smithereens. The spike dropped in the open, in no man's land, and Rio will have to dig deep to recover it. Right to Ace, the timing is off. But speaking of time, Blackhawk just needs to survive for 11 more seconds. He tries to jump down, and Rio capitalizes on it. An unwarranted clutch awarded to Militant Esports.
What a recovery though for the half. They got 5 rounds overall, and that's more than enough. Revenant, a good decision. He even got the first knife down. Hey, but they're not able to close the round. So Rio, these stabs, my god. There was no need for Blackhawk to run out like that. He could just have held the spike from heaven because the wall was going to drop anyway in the next 5-6 seconds. He makes the worst possible decision there, and he gets punished for it. That's the 5th round for Team MLT.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant had everything required. That was a bit funny to see Ching just dash in like that, and especially pull out the knife. I guess that's only because when he ran out the Blade Storm, he didn't have the shorty equipped previously, which is the previous weapon, the knife. But it was very funny to look at. This entire half actually has been visually spectacular. Whatever rounds that Militant were able to get were by very narrow margins. Let's see if they can recover in the second half. But we'll be back with it after the break.
Hit for my wings, I need my eggs. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
Presenting Hyundai i20 N-Line. It's time to play.
Yes, I'm a Gen Z, or should I say, the Gen Next. And I don't let fear hold me back from doing anything. I choose to move fearlessly to it all.
Hey buddy, we need you to trim your beard for this next scene.
What? Okay, fine, I'll admit it. I move fearlessly in most things, but I draw the line here. What if I Nico cut myself?
Try this.
Phillips.
Hit for my wings, I need my eggs. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
South Asia. You guys are watching Revenant Esports versus Militant. It's a high-stakes game for both of these teams because they want to start the split with a bold statement. Revenant are here for the first time. They were not present in split number 1. Meanwhile, Militant Esports, their journey in split 1 was cut short because they couldn't make it to the playoffs. And then in this opening game, the map pool starts with split. We've got Bind coming up next. And even though this is Militant's map pick, they are 2 rounds behind for now. Can they recover in the second half? We'll find out soon.
Let's see, Revenant. They should be ready for the push. They are 1 and the second. No one checking the corner, and they get punished for that.
No way.
The push from Ching. What did you do? He should have been able to get that frag, although he'll be taken care of by Paradox, but Knight Rider on the other part got Josh S's frag. So it's a 2v2 now. Bad enough left with 20 HP, but Paradox even has his 58 to his name. Yes, right to Ace can heal him out. Or will he be given that opportunity? Because you just needed a bullet. Just one bullet could have done the job. But Revenant, they'll get the side, they'll get the plant, and it'll be a 2v2 post-plant situation.
Well, Militant don't have much to work with on the B side over here. The Cypher utility, which was once present, is now dealt with. Revenant. They're not taking B main. Instead, they play towards pillar and backside. This will create a strong crossfire if Militant try to come in via the regular entrances. But if they go towards the bottom side of pillar, then this crossfire will be broken. A slight team flash, but that's okay. Nobody dies yet. This smoke was put in to cut off the crossfire, but Paradox is using it as his own personal cover. And he quadruples up to deliver his team the pistol round.
Necessary pistol. A necessary pistol to stop the comeback from team MLT. Because it could have equalized the scoreline, but it does not. Good shots from him. Him not being checked here was the mistake from Rio and Cortez. Oh, look at this Ching. Oh man, you should get this frag. You should get this frag here. Although the remaining two players, right to Ace and Paradox, were available for the job. They did their job perfectly and were able to secure the round. Ching again with the Marshal. The remaining players with Spectres should be a Revenant round 2 and 2.
On paper, yeah, it should be a Revenant round, but Militant with these shorties and the Sheriffs can still pull off a miracle. Quite a slow approach from Revenant. Rightfully so, they don't want to walk into a stack or any sort of traps. So they take their sweet time. But
They're exploring mid.
Revenant are used to teams playing more aggressively. Militant isn't that team, at least not yet. They are one of the more tame ones as compared to the rest of the teams in the league. More disciplined, but that comes at a cost. The proactivity, sometimes not present. And now that Revenant have made noise towards all parts of the map, they're hoping to go to the B side uncontested, but because Knight Rider was playing aggro towards A, they already know that the B hit is incoming. But even with the information, can they do anything? That remains the question. Militant have a good stack, and Wenka is an absolute monster. Without even a line of sight, is able to get two crisp, clean shots with the Sheriff.
But the thing is, you're not able to retrieve those weapons, and now you'll be on a mission to do so. But does Ching check?
30 seconds left.
At a very long
Player
time.
standing.
Blackhawk is still able to deliver. And Knight Rider with a headshot of his own. Oh yes, it was just on paper Team Revenant winning the round because practically MLT just pulled off a thrifty.
Yeah, and they were able to do this because Knight Rider pushed a little ahead of that Viper wall on A. And he saw nobody over there. So it's a clear indication that Revenant are heading towards the B side. The stack was already present. And that cascade over there, it just held them back. It is made of water, but it feels like a brick wall when Revenant are faced against it.
Ah man, not the round. Not the round they were looking to lose because this will not even shatter their economy but just boost your opponent's economy completely. And a timeout rightfully called here because this is not a round you lose. Revenant, they need to strategize here. What do they do after the round they play now? Because this will be their eco. They don't have money to purchase into this round. And MLT, a good round to win. This will help you come one step closer to equalizing the numbers. And Split is anyway defense-oriented map. Yes, the composition from Team Revenant will help them in attack a lot. But converting a round and having an attacking-oriented composition are two completely different things. We haven't seen Josh S pop till now except for the 3k he got with the Marshal. So we'll still have to see how do Team Revenant get back into the map and close it out.
Yeah, and those dashes from Josh S were somewhat questionable. Revenant once again holding their defaults. Trailblazer doesn't clear out Blackhawk. He retreats momentarily, but mid is given away. So Paradox gets all the way towards Mail before being pushed back by the paint shells. They try going towards Vent again. And I assume that Revenant will just break the strip fire and then continue going back. They're just looking to destroy all the Militant utility and force out any more of their suppressive util, like the High Tide, which was just used by Cortez. They're just hoping that all of these things that can hold Revenant back are already used up by Militant by the time Revenant go in for the actual push.
Well, let's see though. When it comes to the gun duels, that is where MLT is favored. And how do you break this crossfire up again? Cortez, as soon as he gets some information, he'll peep. Wait a minute! Venka should have played reactively. The flash wasn't good. But Cortez is still able to get one frag back. The numbers again equalize. Josh into side, gets one. The trade is there. Bad luck playing beautifully around the smoke. He is able to clean up shop with Cortez and Militant. They get their 7th.
Yeah, that was a clean recovery, especially while playing around that smoke. He got so much space for himself, and he doesn't have to worry about getting pinched. Even Cortez made a nice recovery over there. Falls back after the snake bite is deployed, but this round could have slipped.
One enemy remaining.
The fact that Josh is able to recover that weapon and get kills like that is not something that you can afford to allow. And even Venka, for that matter, lost the duel against Paradox straight up. The big gun versus the Frenzy, and the Frenzy still comes out on top. So it proves that Revenant have the firepower when they choose to tap into it. But Militant are only winning right now on the basis of their preemptive moves and stacks. They haven't started playing aggressively yet, but that's because they don't need to. Even their passive rotations and stacking the correct site are giving them what they require.
Let's see though, the default wall and orb trying to take A heaven control. That is easily being given away by MLT. They're happy to give away A and play retake there. The pop flash will give nothing. The tripwires are there to give information. Venka will nade on the back of it. Let's see Revenant how they want to play it out forward. A side is basically theirs. There's no one contesting A side. The Trailblazer will give some information too. Knight Rider will be spotted down, but Venka was not accounted for. Paradox just a tad bit late, but he loses a comrade on the back of it. Knight Rider slips into the side. Revenant, they instantly rotate back towards B. Or maybe they're just giving the sound cues. But Ching here, already in B, he needs to figure out what is happening on the B side because there are two players lurking nearby. No one is pushing in forward. Paradox on that off angle catches Knight Rider. They did not expect this player to be here. And now Rio wants to check him down. The shots, both of these players, they missed those initial shots. Ching holding for that early push. Paradox with a 3K. And Revenant, a slow but a good round from them.
Yeah, a very slow round, but they pull Militant into so many directions. Militant are dismembered. They bisect the map in half. They take control of A Heaven and they come in via the vents as well. And yes, Venka goes undiscovered over there for a second, but even after all that is done, Revenant, after taking A Heaven, play with the minds of Militant so much. They don't keep them retreating into vents a secret. They give away the sound cue to hint the fact that the B side is being taken. But because Paradox is still active towards A main, a lot of Militant people are looking over there, and that allows Ching to slip into the B side unnoticed. And then when they're busy dealing with Ching, then Paradox strikes again. So they just push and pull them apart into different directions. And if that's not enough, Paradox will blow them up. The showstopper, always consistent. And just like that, Revenant bully their way into the B side. Militant forced to play reactively.
Now Paradox even has a showstopper. This retake is still very much viable. Josh stuck in the corner, but not being found. The showstopper connects. Right to Ace did throw a bird, but that did not help his case. Knight Rider gets another frag, and even converts on Josh's. Ching left all alone. The spike is already halved. There is a core to cover him. And Knight Rider with overall of 4K. MLT, yes, they do concede the side, but the retake, impeccable.
Absolutely impeccable. Militant won't fall prey to the same trick twice. And this time, even though Revenant didn't apply too much pressure on any other parts of the map, they thought they had it in the bag when they took the side under themselves. But then Militant comes up with a massive clutch. The showstopper destroyed right to Ace. The rest of the players just running away from the showstopper, out of position. And Knight Rider with the perfectly timed flank. It all fell in together. The pieces of the puzzle fitting automatically. And once again, Revenant attempt the same good old B push. This time will they be successful because Cortez is alone playing to its hell. And he's already being pressured by the ASTER utility. Even though he seemed to have dodged it, he gets stunned. Not just by the concussion, but then also by the dog. And that leads to their deaths. Revenant once again successful in pulling their way into the B site, but Militant have far less firepower this time to roll into the retake.
Josh, great corner, great flash as well. Even better shots. It's a push and pull, it's a push and pull. You win one, you lose one. That is exactly what is happening. And in games like these, the team losing the second round consecutively will be forced to an equal, and that is exactly where the game will fall. So Revenant, yes, they do win the round, but MLT still have another round worth of money. Only Venka saves, and that he is. So Revenant get their 10th, and now it will be a very important round. Ching with the orb will have the ultimate. Blackhawk with the orb and a plant will have that ultimate to swing the rounds in their favor. On the other hand, Venka just used the showstopper, so nothing for him. A very important round coming here. The 19th round, where the game just might be decided if Team Revenant wins it out.
Will this force Militant to change up their setup? They might consider putting Knight Rider on B instead, because Revenant have found so much success over here. Even if they play passively, hoping to go for the retakes, they still end up losing their members just while Revenant is trying to take the site, which shouldn't be happening. You can't afford to give up both map control and man advantage at the same time. So either Militant reinforce and double down on the B side or give it up completely. You can't play it half and half.
Oh, good spam. Good spam because Right 2 is just down to 20 and Paradox is even tagged. And Revenant, they don't stop. They still pick up the pace even after the spam. There's a lot of utility being dumped. Rio is the first one to get his flag. Blackhawk, the tree, but Bad Love is still inside. The flash, a great one.
Really?
Really is able to get a flag. What is this? Ching, in a 1v3. Yes, one of the players is super low. And both. Oh, almost caught is also being taken care of. Could have been interesting, but no. Militant. They pull one back.
Oh, my goodness. Militant Esports threw in everything at them. And once again, Revenant tried to repeat the same tricks again and again. It is just so funny how he's able to get a kill while fully flashed. It's just beyond me. Just continues pre-firing and it somehow works. So all the frags fall in the bag of Militant. And Revenant, their brute force attempts on the B site have stopped yielding them any room. Do they continue doing this or will they change up their approach? Of course it's the latter. Of course they change things up.
There.
They've got a crucial ultimate, the Viper Spit, to work with. So in case Revenant get into the site, retaking will be impossible if Viper uses the ultimate. Although, Rio still has the Seekers available, so in case Revenant try to go for those mid-brain games again, the Seekers can be crucial in determining where Revenant Esports are headed.
Ching
Right there.
early on firing some shots, but do they know Bad Love is deep inside the lane? I don't think so they do, because I think they're headed towards this A side. Yes, they are. The first battle is gonna be with Venka. Blackhawk checks the corner properly. 147. The judge sometimes betrays you, and this is the worst time to be betrayed by. Oh,
No.
a great movement! Great movement from George there too. Just threw the crosshair off, and one by one they fall. Bad Love trying to save the round. Again diving into the side. The numbers is the strength for Team Revenant right now. They are playing around it, and Bad Love gets taken care of. Revenant, they
30
should have
seconds
this
left.
round in their backpack.
Spike planted.
Jeez, what is that movement? It's almost like he's playing Apex at that point, you know? Just bouncing around the walls, using the zip lines to get the elevation and completely throw off their aim. I want to see that clip again. Oh god, I feel so bad for Cortez. Everyone's acting like a bunny at that point. Jumping around to dodge the bullets, but when they land, it's almost like a kangaroo kicking you in the face. Sheesh. Revenant Esports started out slow, but everybody on Militant just falters in their aim when it comes to the mid defense. And the cookie crumbles in the most unimaginable way possible. Revenant Esports forcing Militant to expend their timeouts yet again. And this time, wait, are Militant broke? Do they have money yet? I didn't get a chance to look at the numbers.
That is exactly what happens in rounds like these. You get one, you give away one. Not throw, you give away one. That is it. That has been happening throughout the whole half. And Revenant, they're happy. They're happy because they're the ones who have the bank rolling. They are the ones who have the lead. So for them, it won't matter a lot, because even if they lose a round here, they still will be in the lead. The main question is exactly that. Do they have enough money, MLT, to put a buy in? Or do they eco here? Do they go for the force buy? Do they go for the half buy? They need to decide here, because Revenant, they are not the ones under pressure. It is not their map pick. And on split, if MLT loses, could be a 2-0.
Yeah, the next map is Revenant's map pick, so Militant better make this comeback happen. And they start off slow. Revenant are aware that Militant have an eco, so they take no risks whatsoever. At least this time Militant take the action to gather information early on. Spots out only the Astra, so they can't make any rotations on the back of just that. They need something else as well. What will that something else be? Could it be a mid stack? Could that be the answer to all of Militant's problems? Might seem like it. But Revenant take no chances.
MLT, they could have done better here because again and again the mid rounding from Team Revenant has been just very good. They get that early information, no more pushes from either of these sides. And in a composition like this, MLT need to realize that clearing late into the round is going to be the answer. You clear one part of the map late on the round, that is where you get those frags. This is just Tarico. Yes, Cortez is good for one. But the Sheriffs, they do not chime in at the perfect time. There is a shotgun for Venka to call. That's a Bucky in his hand. But he is being taken care of. He gives away his position. The spike is already down. And Josh is picking up the players one by one. He gets the fourth. On for the ace. Oh my god, he'll be denied. He'll be denied because of the 800 weapon. Will be taken down by Ching. Revenant, they secure the match point. And MLT left in just shambles and thoughts on what to do next.
Militant Esports thought stacking mid would be the answer to their problems, but Revenant Esports exploit the gaps in their armor, flood into the A side without much resistance. And I can see how Militant tried to just peer ahead of the smokes. Cortez tried to make moves, something that Revenant Esports were doing on their defense, just disrespecting Cortez's utility and still peeking out. So he thought maybe tearing a page out of Revenant's playbook might give him the lead. Got him just one kill, that's all, and that's not sufficient.
Once again, MLT, they're opting for the passive approach. They're opting for stacks here and there, but that's not the answer. Revenant, they're weak on their flanks. That is what should be exploited. And MLT sitting back in sight, trying to fight it on site. That's not the answer. They spot Josh S here. The peek comes in and it's a good one this time. Knight Rider, just under the scope, peeks out, gets that frag and even throws his neural theft. So he has that information that there is only one player holding for the A flank, which could be capitalized upon, but they do not. Revenant, they try to reset with the player down. And a minute on the clock. Let's see their decision. MLT, they go down mid on the back of that neural theft. And Venka finds the frag. This should be 10th for Team MLT.
I also like how Revenant Esports were trying to cycle the weapons back towards the spawn region, hoping that it wouldn't give the op away to Militant. They end up losing a player in the process, but hey, I think it still should be fine. As long as they can isolate Venka's frag, they can double down back towards Vent. And with the Pain Shield, they do exactly that. That was their plan right from the beginning. Blackhawks already creeping up towards A Heaven. There's a double stack on the A side itself, but they first need to deal with Venka, who will be playing point. Badlove takes a lot of damage in the process, but Rio goes unchecked, holds the trigger, holds his discipline, and then he slays the spike carrier. Paradox left alone in the site, all by himself, and he too will join his teammates in the afterlife. Militant Esports breach double digits.
And what a way to do. What a way to do so. The early frag for Knight Rider, then the neural theft. Just they figured it out, mid is already completely clear, and they barge upon it. They barge upon the players and they get those frags. Paradox, and he's just all alone in the site, hoping to get anything done. The spray, the crowd spray does not connect, and Team Revenant, look at the buy they have now. Yes, they do have the 4 ultimates to win one round, but they need to decide, do they invest everything in it? Because they have invested all their money in this round. If they lose, they're broke for the final round of the game. And Josh S, Bladestorm activated. They again want to exploit mid with the utility that they have. It should be fair enough and easy enough to push Cortez off the angle. But he is still challenging, and Josh misses the first few knives. You also have support from Knight Rider. Oh my god, the gate to B sides were almost open. They just needed a knife in the face. It did not connect, and Revenant again put the brakes on.
Yeah, I mean, Cortez was even reloading, so he couldn't even fight back. An opportunity missed, but Revenant still have the time to make up for it. Seekers popped. This should give them a fair idea of what the defense looks like, and 2 of them going in towards mid. Rio continues holding on. That spray is amazing, and he's repositioned himself yet again to continue defending. Militant Esports are correctly positioned to push this game into an overtime. After this, Revenant will be broke. This 2v4 has to be successful over here, otherwise Militant might just get the lead once again. Venka holding fort, not
30
successful,
seconds left.
but he's bulging down to very little HP. And now he's already got one foot in the grave.
One enemy remaining.
1v1 and he pulls it off!
Wait a minute.
Almost has the puzzle piece together. He knows where Cortez is. No, he looks away at the worst possible timing. Oh, what a roller coaster of a round.
Ching, those headshots were just crazy, man. He just went crazy there. All those 1v1s were awarded to him, and that is exactly where he capitalized. He capitalized on every single. Could have been a grave mistake, but hey, MLT, they control it. The goals were in their favor. He exactly looked at the exact second the peak came in is when he looked away. And MLT, they'll have to be counting their stars because they were lucky to get this round here after the 1v1s that were awarded to them. But they'll have to do it again to push it to overtime.
Revenant piece together whatever purchases they can. Surprisingly, quite a lot of money still available, but Josh now has the judge in his hands, and you know what he's looking to do. Even Paradox has a shot kill. Spread shots available, but a rare showstopper miss from Paradox, and Nitrate can get healed back up. To make up for that lost opportunity, they push in with the shotguns, the Bucky and the Judge all together, but they're dealt with in one fell swoop. Rio spraying them down, opening up the opportunities, opening up the floodgates, and now Enka has explosives of his own. Looking to dismantle this Viper's pit, he finds right to ace. It's all up to Blackhawk. A nearly impossible 1v5. And his shoulders are burdened with the responsibility that he cannot handle. Spike already being stuck, but he's afraid of pushing in. Every single gun trained at his face. And we are going into overtime.
Oh, the showstopper could have changed everything. It needed to land there and it did not. They get the heal back up. Pushing CT without a flash. Unnecessary. A complete unnecessary decision there. Right to ace was the one I think who was planting, because of which he was not able to put the flash through. And Rio was able to scoop up both of these players. Venka even fired a blind showstopper and connected it onto right to ace. Everything went right here for Team MLT and Revenant. They just hard through this round.
Oh, God. I mean, it was all going swimmingly well. They got in. The Viper's Pit was activated, they had whatever they needed to succeed. Even if the showstopper missed, it would have been fine if MLT held their ground. But the overextensions gave away everything, and now they have to battle for their lives once again in this overtime. Blackhawk playing the same position towards mid, using the same utility set, which now Militant have found a counter to. They can send Venka on the other side of it. Trailblazers exchanged. As the dogs wave high past each other, the teams will fall back, reconsider their options.
Cortez still just looking to get anything that he can from here. They will leave a lurker down mid, I think, and the rest of the players are just going to group up B main and hit the B side. That could be the move that they're going for here. Venka just clearing every corner. Ching, he has been the thorn in their side. Every time they have hit B, he is the first person to get a pick. This time around though, Venka just too cold. Just too cold gets a frag. And Ching, why are they forcing the issue so much? Right to ace also falls. As soon as you lose the player there and you see the room, why you just let me fall back? And they're so adamant on holding the ground. They're swinging in 2-3 people, and one by one they fall. Revenant, they now have to defend against the match point.
Yikes. It's not just a flawless, not a single person of Militant takes even a tick
Switching
of damage.
Match point.
Revenant overheating, overcooking. I can understand why he would be adamant to go in peak again. He was hoping to get the trade. But Ching had just way too much.
Enemy remaining.
The boombot, the peak from Cortez, all of those together. And that leaves him looking clueless. Revenant Esports almost had this map in the bag, but Militant mount a massive comeback. Down from 12-8 to now leading in the overtime. The flash doesn't reveal positions. To re-clear, the Trailblazer is being used, on the back of which Knight Rider is pushing ahead. Meanwhile, Revenant are still locking the doors of mid, which seems to be on the lock and key for Militant. And now Knight Rider pushing the issue. We've never seen him play this aggressively. And now when he finally does, he strikes with vengeance.
Best time to do is overtime, right?
Yeah.
You won't expect plays like these happening, and that was straight up an aim duel. And because of the way that Blackhawk had played in the previous rounds again and again, he exactly knew where he would be. Oh man, that's the early number advantage that you needed there. And Revenant now looking to get anything that they can. Rio, the flash won't give any information, so no rotations have been drawn out, but Rio is still sticking around. He needs to be taken care of. He spots 2 players down, but now Revenant, they get the side. Knight Rider is happy enough to let them pass, but Ching again. Whenever you call upon this guy on important phases, he delivers, and he's able to get it into a 4v4 situation.
Oh, look at Revenant. They want to play aggressively towards screens. Trailblazers used to clear it out. And the pain chill will push them further back in towards the site. But they still have to deal with Ching. Ching holding the important cross angle, which will prevent Militant Esports from flying in unless they fly in like this. And he goes straight to the ground.
My God.
Revenant Esports give us yet another overtime.
Something just happened because we were just in the air as soon as Paradox was able to kill 3. But it's good enough because we'll continue with the overtime. That's what we want. More action. And Revenant, I thought that they could have been eliminated here. The round could have been MLTs because of the pick that they had. But the retake did not have any legs to it. They were just all flying in the air. They were trying to just kill all these players through air, and that is exactly what not went right for them. All
Yeah, I mean, it's not like...
one by one.
I mean, it's not like Militant had a choice. They didn't even have too much utility that will facilitate the retake. So the best that they can do is hope for the frags and win. I mean, they had the man advantage. On paper, they should have been able to trade it out. That is simply not the case. A lot of positions given away on A, and Militant continue holding on. They don't fall back. Even Revenant are hesitating to rotate. They're thinking this is a trap. It's very unlike Militant to just stack up outside of A and not apply pressure elsewhere. That's why Revenant also aren't rotating, even though Militant have given away a lot of audio cues.
They still have the site under control. There's no piercing utility. There's no guiding lights or rays sattling in. Could be the reason for them not rotating. But they do throw a late rotator there in the mix. You have Ching trying to give some support on towards that A side. The flash will also give some information. But it is an A piece through and through. It's just Rio and Cortez who are trying to sell a fake on towards his B side. Spike still sitting outside A with the rays, with Venka to hold. And the boombot will also not get any information because the duration has been reduced to just 5 seconds. And now comes the push. Now comes the fake that they're trying to sell, and it has pulled off a rotation. But Ching with the frag. Oh, it let them. Venka, worst possible satchel, but they do double up and get a frag onto Ching. 14 seconds left on the clock. The satchels are there.
Are you serious?
And he gets a double. They try to cross through the wall. They get DK'd, and then the satchel deals 20 or 25 damage whatsoever. And MLT, they are in the reels. They are in the reels. You never see a satchel getting 2 frags. This is the very first time it has happened. And MLT have to be in the reels now.
Yeah, that is just so funny. The last time I saw a double satchel kill like that was all the way back in 2020 when Raze was still OP. Oh, and
Single satchel double kill.
yeah, dude, it's just so cool. I don't think even Paradox expected that.
Not at all. He just wanted to waste time. He did not knew he'll be wasting 2 lives with the satchel. And now Revenant have a opportunity to close it out, and they're very quick about it. They want that A ramp control. They've already got it, and now they're pressuring Bad Love, who's all alone, no support whatsoever, and he instantly TPs out. Good decision from Bad Love to not fight it here because he did not have the numbers in his favor. And MLT, they're just watching it on camera. Knight Rider completely blind, but Paradox is already inside. Do they expect Paradox here? Of course they do, but Blackhawk there with the trade. Cortez and Knight Rider get frags of their each. Knight Rider, this Cypher inside, wreaks havoc onto team Revenant.
And Revenant tried to brute force their way into its A this time. It's worked for them on B several times in the past. But with both teams trying A executes and failing, what do they do in this particular overtime? Game just refuses to end.
Player standing.
Nightrider changing his camera setup over and over again gives his team such a massive edge. Can they cut open their opponents with this edge though? Will the blade be sharp enough? Or will the blunt sides give us yet another overtime?
My god. 14 all, and MLT had a timeout in their backpack. And they call it now. So let's see, Militant, what do they decide? How do they come back in this attacking round? And that has been their problem, isn't it? Even in the first half, they did not look comfortable while attacking. In defense, they were able to easily scrap up those rounds for themselves. Attack has been the problem for them. Now let's see what decisions do they make. Is there a change? Is there a pace change similar to what we saw from Team Revenant in the previous round? It all comes down to the very first frag, right? If you're able to get the first frag, you instantly just shift the round in your favor. And Revenant not having that, Revenant not being able to stop the flush from CT is what led them to losing the round. And even the side anchor was still alive, Nightrider. All those things worked out in their favor. They were easily able to get that round for themselves. Blackhawk missing the one way. Could be detrimental if they still do exploit mid. But let's see, MLT right now just happy with the defaults that they have. Josh S just being a little bit aggressive with the operator, and bad luck. Wise enough not to repeat the angle.
Alright, this is when the push comes to shove. All the util that Blackhawk can use to delay this push is being deployed. Revenant Esports already making moves, but in the wrong direction. They're hinging on an A push. But even when the Sky is somewhat reluctant to commit the rotate, right to ace isn't in the right position, it is completely okay because Blackhawk is more than capable of holding them back. Once again, Militant reconsider their decisions, and I just hope they don't run out of time once again. They've fallen prey to that piece way too many times. Push up through vent. Revenant are ready. Right to ace finally making the right rotations, the right commitment. And that's partially because Revenant have Blackhawk position deep inside B main, so he can tell that this is a full A hit. And even after knowing, Militant are able to barrage their way inside. The frags going in their way. And the plant successfully done. But there's no trade potential on Cortez and Nightrider though, so Nightrider has to piece this together. He does it! Blackhawk gave away the position. His sound cue is now available. He knows where Nightrider could be, but he doesn't know that even Cortez is playing alongside him. The crossing with the op denied. And there's Militant with the map point yet again.
They've got that answer. They've got that answer to the problem that was just pinching them in the side. The attacking round, they're able to get it. Now let's see if they're able to close here or not. Ryu and Cortez, the double face, it helped them a lot. Here I was surprised to see Josh just running around with the operator, not expecting players to be pushed up this deep. It was very possible because both the players were spotted out A heaven, and the remaining players of team Revenant, they were rotating all the way from B side, so there was a lot of time for them to reposition A heaven. But him not being aware or maybe taking a calculated risk did not pay off. Look at this though, MLT, they're playing complete retake on the A side and they're fighting out for mid. They do not want to give away the mid region for free. And Revenant are happy, they've gone for that A split. No one available to sort of challenge here. But the spam connects. The spam connects and right to ace is down. Venka's already on the flank. And now Militant, I think they're in the driver's seat.
Ching always watches the backstab. And he succeeds yet again. Ching has always been instrumental in holding the flanks. And he delivers when the time is right. But they're now gonna try to piece in this play via the elbow. The flashes and the paranoia goes flying in. And the cyber cage prevents them from being shot down by anyone playing on the heaven. Oh, but Militant are able to barrage their way through yet again. Finally, split has come to an end. A highway created into elbow, and they use it to speed through to the next map. After a long and arduous affair, Militant finally win this map after being down 8-12.
What a game. what a game, because the defensive side was their power, and they showed it why. The choke of not controlling A ramps in the previous round from team Revenant is what led them to lose this whole game. Overtime again. We expected a close game, but we always thought Revenant was always coming out on top. That did not happen, and it's team MLT who win their very first map.
Yep, they do win their very first map, which will now take us to Bind. But after a short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
I know my destiny. destiny. I know my 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 destiny.
I don't know for how long have we not seen Chamber being picked in, let alone bind in any map.
In any map, yeah.
But now Venka with the Chamber plus you also have the Sage. So it's a double Sentinel lineup that MLT have brought in. Let's see if it gives them the desired result. On the other hand, you look at the lineup of Team Revenant, it's a double controller setup with a double duelist. So Revenant is like, yeah, we'll completely disregard the use of Sentinels on all of these maps and just play with the double duelist comp.
Okay. Not the start that I expected. Are we facing some tech issues? Because I don't think these players would be in the literal spawn if we had actually started with the game. If it is indeed the start, then somebody would have died towards Bath right now. So yeah, bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we will kick back into the game when the time is right. But hey, these agent selections give us quite a lot of insight as to what these teams are thinking. Revenant continue with their double controller setup, the Viper and the Brimstone this time. Don't really surprise us, but then again, will Viper be able to counter that Chamber? Because now these guys have a very new character that hasn't been seen around since quite some time. And it's not just on buying, that Chamber pick is setting at 0% in at least the VCT circuits. And nobody has picked it up except for maybe...
I know my destiny. I know my destiny.
The predictions have favored Team MLT a little bit. Earlier it was 80% in the favor of Team Revenant, but we
Out
do
of
see
charges.
it dropping down to just 70. But hey, let's see. It's all about this map. It's all about this map. If MLT is able to close it out here, that could just be great for them. A dream start, I'd say, for Team MLT. Let's see if it happens or not. Again, early rounding towards the B side. MLT ready with the counter flashes, getting some information. There's a smoke drop on B long, and it is being respected by the side of Team Revenant.
Launching slow and steady approach as Revenant make no secrets about their incoming approach to the B side, but they're just waiting for the trigger to burst inside. And that trigger is perfect! Badlove and Rio rack up the kill feed, but it's a pinstripe as Josh triples up. Spike yet to be recovered. They can easily go for the plant, especially with the smokes blocking both CT and elbow entrance. They have a small window with which they can take this spike, plant it into the ground and get into post plants. But wait, they're not playing the standard post plants position. They're just both playing towards the steel box. They can trade each other out, but Militant can actually push and pull them apart, especially if they don't mark the right angles. Menka reveals his playbook. Knight Rider left by himself, and Josh with the quad kill to get Revenant the first.
I thought the re was there for MLT, and it was, because they had 3 players on the side, and the first few frags went their way, but something happened. I think Josh happened to come out of the smoke and get those trades. That was very much necessary. Venka not hitting the headhunter shots, and Josh closing out the round 2. Great round from Team Revenant. The trades were good. Not the best possible ones because they were in a 3v5 situation, but somewhere in the chaos on site, they were able to glob up those remaining frags, and MLT, they find themselves with an equal.
Already picked up by Militant Esports again. Knight Rider, a bit too curious. And Venka following in his footsteps, wants to take that same angle again, but he doesn't feed into the Marshal yet. Revenant playing it slowly and steadily. They've been burnt one too many times by Militant's ecos, and now they will be twice as shy to take every step forward. Ching is just making it look easy. I mean, these unarmored opponents feed into the Marshal way too easily. Cortez with the shorty now. This could be exciting.
Last player
He's got
standing.
way too many choices. This player's both ahead and behind him.
Spike planted.
So he gets lost in the decision paralysis.
They do lose the round here. So MLT, not much. They did not have much hope here because the only thing that they had was Venka's automatic or custom sheriff here. But that was about it. The headhunter did not find any heads there, and the shorty was also completely rendered useless. So MLT, they lose the round here. That was a flawless for Team Revenant. But the important thing is Ching was able to get a few frags to his name. So he is just 3 orbs or kills or plants away from getting his ultimate back on, which could really be a very important thing for Team Revenant.
Well, with Ching farming up those kills, he's awfully close to his Viper's Pit. You better make sure he doesn't get too close to it. That will make retakes very difficult. And Revenant was struggling with retakes in the first map, so Militant know what they need to succeed. Weapons out, big guns online, and Militant are now looking to recapture this lead. Oh, it's quite an aggressive push out of B long. Both of them just ready to rumble. Rio reveals himself on purpose. Will they expect Venka to be there as well? It doesn't matter. The trade isn't present, but now it is. It's a bit late, but at least it's there.
I see the Venka's position has to be expected by right away is correct, but no!
Spike
Venka
down,
still
B.
wins the duel. Ching is also on the back lines and he's able to find the trade. The movement with this guy, you cannot win a 1v1 with him. I've seen him win those duels a lot. This time even with a weaker weapon with just a Spectre. Cortez has finally pushed up, but Ching manages to get a frag onto Bad Love. A similar start to what we had on Split.
Last player
But
standing.
let's see if they are able to close it out this time or not.
Oh, Militant. They tried really well.
Spike planted.
All their intentions were correct. They stacked up the right places. But when you got Ching hitting shots like that, it does become a bit difficult to hold on. Cortez had a massive flank going on, but now that both his teammates are dead, this seems hopeless. And Revenant continue with the momentum. They deny the bonus win to Militant, and they walk away with upgraded weapons.
great round. A bonus being converted, what's better than that? A 3-0 lead for Team Revenant. It's a timeout. Alright, it's a timeout being called by Team MLT, but what's the decision here? What are the changes that can be made here? The early use of Sage Wall could be one of them. To control one part of the map, you can throw the chamber and the Sage together on one side. That should be B. The Sage could wall either hook or B long, and the trip could cover the other exit. And the remaining 3 players try to take control A shot. Maybe a decision. That could be a decision that could be made by Team MLT. Let's see. It will be the Rico round, so they'll just have sheriffs all around. And Militant need to figure out a way to maybe win this, or they'll need to surely win the next round upcoming after this.
The tactical timeout forced out a bit too early. I hope this doesn't put Militant in a grave position later on. I mean, don't get me wrong, Militant didn't tactically make any mistakes. They were holding the right places. Yes, the trade, or rather the lack of it via the chamber, was a bit questionable at first, but Venka doubled up later on, so he sort of made up for it. But you can't exactly keep relying on those refrags again and again, especially when Revenant Esports are relying on their firepower a lot. You can't hope to beat fire with fire. A massive off-angle health this time, as Militant lack weaponry once again, and Revenant are wary of it. They've always been reluctant to push out, and that's why Revenant play very passively whenever Militant are on an eco.
Bad love though. Stuck in a corner. Even taken care of by Ching. Good shots from Ching. And even they expect the aggression this time around. Look at that Revenant. Playing a very usual default. All the players marking a choke point. Making sure no one aggresses from any of those and tries to make a play out of it. And MLT, they tried to take either B. They tried to fight out against Hookah and Shower. They got punished in both of these positions and now are looking to do any damage that they can.
Okay.
I'm kind of worried about the lack of trading potential in Militant Esports, especially on these eco rounds. I would much rather have them take a risk, stack somewhere, and make those sheriffs actually sing rather than
30 seconds left.
these players off all by themselves. I mean, with these positions, they can't hope to even help each other out if they need it. Cortez jumping into Jinx crosshair. Bunny hopping his way to death.
Spike planted.
And just like that, Revenant keep it clean. This is crucial because last time Revenant almost had an economic meltdown at the very last round possible. So now that Revenant Esports are keeping their members alive and without having the need to reinvest into weapons, they will start snowballing with money. And I hope they can keep the snowball rolling. It's the only thing that can stop Militant. But I wouldn't really start sweating yet if Militant fans are around, you know? Even the previous map was something similar. Revenant started with a 5-0 lead and then Militant made a comeback. So, if history is a witness,
Enemy remaining.
they will be able to make a comeback over here as well.
Hey, let's see though. I mean, you were able to do it once. The question is, will you be able to do it again? Not every time, right? You need to start with the 4-0 scoreline. This time though, we do have Venka to hold with the operator.
Smoke's down.
Let's see if this time he's able to deliver. He's able to put a shot into one of the players. Because it is again Ching who is walking towards Shower. Is he aware or not is completely another question. But already Revenant, they're very quick with the take. Venka missing the first shot. But bad luck, he's just baiting. He has to pull the trigger now. He gets one. The second.
Spike
He moves the
down
third. But
A.
Revenant around them, they're able to get all the frags for
Player
themselves.
standing.
And Venka, the 5,000 or 4,700
Spike
weapon
planted.
down the drain because he fired 4 shots which should have connected, and he was not even able to get one.
I don't think that's the only problem over here. I mean, yeah, the fact that the player playing towards that green box, Badler, is able to get a lot of kills, and it is a big surprise for Revenant, but you can't afford to have these players play individually and hope that the trades are there. And right now, those fundamental crossfires are missing from Militant Esports, and Revenant have no problem picking them apart one by one. So they seem to be in a no man's land, you know. They're not even playing aggressively enough to pressure Revenant and make them fall back. Nor are they playing passively with crossfires. So, yeah, stuck in no man's land. They have to find their way out. The judge on the hookah region can be a massive deterrent for Revenant. But then Revenant aren't challenging hookah now, are they? They're all creeping up long. And in case things go south, they've got Blackhawk as a lurker to win the shot, who's most likely going to be there to make sure Militant don't crunch them.
Let's see the Revenant. They found that opening frag. They've already got the access to the B side. The only thing is the judge. Paradox gets taken care of. The shots they do land finally from Paradox. Venka is good for one. But then the trades are there. Bad Love. The last one standing. Another satchel frag maybe. Now this time around with the shorty. And he's able to connect it out. Revenant, they've already got half a dozen rounds very early in the game.
And they might just get a dozen more if things keep up like this. The lack of a sentinel on Revenant Esports should be exploited by Militant. They didn't do it nearly enough in Split. And what is the role of the sentinel on attacking side? To prevent backstabs, right? Militant didn't backstab them enough on Split. They're not doing it over here either. There's just one inherent weakness in Revenant's lineup, and that needs to be exploited, and Militants are just not able to do so. And you can see how Revenant are adapting to it, right? They always leave Blackhawk to lurk around towards the other side, simply to mark all the backstabs. But this time it's an explosive entry. The Showstopper and the Hellfire both popped to obliterate anyone who's playing towards the back of truck and in halls. And just like that, Revenant Esports overwhelmed the site. They take it by force. Cortez has no choice but to give up the site and play towards Bath, hoping to keep himself alive. This will create less space for Revenant, and it will decrease the number of post-plant positions that they can keep holding. But it just doesn't matter when all the shots are being connected, right? What do post-plant positions matter for if Revenant Esports just pick up all the fights and just shoot Militant in the face?
Oh, what a quick round. A great start, and Venka again. I mean, he had that opportunity. He had the read that there'll be a flash around the corner. He dodges it, but he's not able to land the shot onto Paradox. If he lands that shot, the round instantly changes. You don't have the showstopper, you have the ability to move around the site. But just because of that, the players, they fall down one by one. Yes, Cortez is able to look to get a frag onto Josh S. Maybe even is able to save the rifle. But what about the rounds? Revenant already up 7-0.
Yeah. Oh, a bunch of exit frags for Cortez, but that's all that they are. Consolation frags. And Revenant, they're running away with this map. There's nothing that Militant Esports can do, at least for now. Maybe another tactical timeout is required over here. But Revenant is basically obliterate them in this one. They're doomed if they play towards the U-Haul. They're doomed if they don't, because you got the Showstopper and Paradox heading towards you. And even if Militant Esports give up that area and try to hold crossfires back from the green box or from heaven, the Viper Wall stops them from doing so.
The chamber pick. No. The chamber pick is not at all going well for the side of Team Revenant. They wanted those off shots to connect, and Venka is just not hitting the shots. He is just missing everything. He's just missing everything. That shot should have connected. It does not. On the other part of the map, Knight Rider falls. And I'm not seeing those walls from Knight Rider. I'm just flabbergasted here. How are they not playing according to the comp? Bad luck this time though. Around the corner. Turn and gets the third too. But again, it's the deadly duo of Josh and Paradox who found those entrances on the site. Venka with just a sheriff, just the headhunter. But Cortez does have that showstopper available and has already popped it. Let's see if he's given anything or not. His decision to fire the showstopper is everything here. Where does he decide to pop it? He throws it backside. Paradox tagged a little bit. Not the frag though. Venka gets the frag and Cortez finally answers back. So on the basis of a heroic play from Bad Love, MLT at least are able to secure one.
Yeah, give him that cape. He deserves it. He was so trapped over there. He didn't have too much backup. The person who was supposed to help him out already died. Rio threw in one flash which enabled him to get the first frag, but after that it's just his pure raw firepower. And a little cheeky angle that he held across the smoke. That's all he had. But can this success be replicated? Is it sustainable? Because Revenant have money for days. They don't need to worry. And Militant Esports have only one massive ultimate online, and that is going to be the resurrection on Knight Rider. But if you get rid of him early on, it will be devastating. Here comes the push.
Venka needs to get something,
my
needs to
God.
get something done, and miss all of his shots. Although Rio and Cortez are able to pick up the pieces. Cortez left with his 5 HP. Repeaks into the angle and falls. Revenant once again equalize the numbers. Venka
Timing.
try to push through the
Spike
smoke,
planted.
gets timing
Last
down.
What?
player
Ching. He just delivers. Even after the headshot, he's able to deliver a headshot of his own, and he shows that Vandal is the better gun over here.
Oh, poor Knight Rider. Trapped in
sent.
no man's land. He's given away his position, and it's a brave ball that he went for, but it's a very valid one. Ching deliberately firing shots, hoping to distract him from the fact that Brimstone is on the other side. A tiny corner is what's available to him, and he will tuck himself in there. But he can't tuck this round under the belt. What a flick! Now this might make things interesting. Ching's already low, and he's getting slowed down. Knight Rider can pre-fire. And this is gonna be very close.
Not
No
enough.
way.
Not enough once again. And even though if MLT would have won the round, it would be again on the back of Knight Rider's clutch, which anyway did not happen. MLT, when will they learn? When will they at least call a timeout? Call a timeout again just to stop the momentum that the players of Team Revenant have right now. Knight Rider, yes, a good attempt, but does not convert into a round again. They're forced to an eco.
If that race breaks
Oh, and they find themselves staring at the end, the wrong end of this brutal eco battle, rather. Venka, hoping to make a difference. Doesn't get double peaked, but at least he survives the first encounter. He can always go back, always ask Ryu to heal him up. Oh, but Knight Rider, one of the healers down. It's just Rio left now. A brave push by him towards Hookah. Not something that Knight Rider does often. But now that Militant Esports are feeling desperate, they start getting out of their comfort zone and they get punished so easily. And Revenant, like they always do, play super passively on these eco rounds when Militant don't have weapons.
They're just forcing out the fights one by one. And they're being gifted. They're just being gifted. Knight Rider being the first one to fall.
Here.
Tried to make a play out. Hookah could have asked for a flash from Rio to do so. But yeah, this is what happens. Your mental breaks and then you try to make those solo plays. Knight Rider was like, yeah, I almost got the previous round. Let me try and be the hero this time round too. Does not happen every time, but it doesn't happen every time. Paradox. He just comes flying over through CT. Venka, if he could find the timing, which he could not, Cortez already
30 seconds
falls,
left.
and that's another round in the back pocket of Team Revenant.
Oh, Paradox is relentless. He's unforgiving. And even though these are just eco frags, he makes it look very impressive. Visually spectacular as he farms up the showstopper yet again. And he has been deadly whenever he satchels in with the showstopper. He didn't get a kill last time, but he didn't need to. There were explosives all over the place. Remember that one round where Revenant Esports just used the orbital strike as well as the showstopper at the same time? Anyone from Militant playing backside was dead instantly. Even though they didn't die to the ultimates, they were just so pushed out of position and disoriented, they could not fight back at all. Now there are some massive ults on Militant as well, one of them being the Seeker. But while the Seekers are present, the flashes are not.
Trap destroyed.
So Venka this time finally delivers. This is the very first top kill, if I'm correct, from Venka. And is able
He
to
hasn't
take
had
down
too many of those, yeah.
and is able to take down the tip of the spear here, Josh. Down on the ground. And now the showstopper being popped. He gets taken care of, but Bad Love is there with the trade.
Last
And the
player
orbital strike
standing.
catches Blackhawk too. So MLT finally find an answer back because Venka was able to get the first.
And Battle of again being super consistent on this B site. He has been the pillar of Militant over here. If he falls, so does the B site. And every time he's alive, there is hope.
Poison's off.
Ching. Nearly impossible for him to recover the spike, and now that the position's given away, nobody, neither Rio nor Blackhawk will peek him. They will wait for, sorry, not Blackhawk, Bad Love will peek him. They will wait for the contact, and as soon as he peeks in towards the brimstone, everybody else swims as well.
Last round in the half.
Good round from Team MLT. Yes, they do lose another rifle in the process. Great shots, great presence of mind from Ching. But you don't need that. You just need the round number to be in your favor here. MLT, the best they can achieve is a 9-3. But then again, the composition that they have, a double sentinel comp with just a single duelist, it'll really help them on attack. Because Bind is a very defense-favored map.
Don't give them
And if you lose 9 rounds in it, you're just completely doomed for the second half.
Okay, I wouldn't exactly say very defense favored. Somewhat, but when Venka's feeling the heat, I think we can still safely say that Militant have potential to come back. 9-3 might be a possibility over here. A distant, fleeting possibility, but a possibility nonetheless. Trailblazer, reclearing A main. Positioning from Militant present on the A side. They're all playing super passively. And why would they play aggro? They've already got the pick. Venka already delivered, so now Militant can toss the ball back in Revenant's court. You have to hit it across. And Paradox does exactly the same, but no! Misses the timing. Paint Shell pulled off at the wrong time, and that is what leads to his unyielding.
I'd love. Trying to also get some space. Right to waste. Not aware. Not aware about the off angle, gets taken care of, and Josh is the only one left with the operator.
Okay.
He's playing very, very slow, does not have the spike, and MLT are happy to sit back and relax. Give him the sight. Without the spike, you cannot do anything. Yeah, I mean, these angles are just, you might get one, you might not. Josh tagged up a little bit, and Venka switches to the Hidehunter, gets the job done, and MLT, to activate the curse, they'll need to win the pistol, but at least they're there.
Yeah, that was a rare fuffle from Paradox. He doesn't usually find himself in situations like these where he has utility out in the hand, especially when he's diving in. But hey, a rare win for Militant Esports, something that they desperately needed. Now, I don't know how many of you guys are superstitious, but usually when there's a 9-3 scoreline, there's a possibility of a comeback, and we know for the fact that Militant desperately need this comeback. They were able to do it on Split. Can they pull it off yet again? We'll find out on the other side of this break.
Hit for my wins, I need my head. This life is real, can't play pretend. Hit multiple wins, I get it in.
Presenting Hyundai i20 Line. It's time to play.
Yes, I'm a Gen Z. Or should I say, the Gen Next. And I don't let fear hold me back from doing anything. I choose to move fearlessly to it all.
Hey buddy, we need you to trim your beard for this next scene.
What? Okay, fine, I'll admit it. I move fearlessly in most things, but I draw the line here. What if I Nico cut myself?
Try this.
Phillips.
Hit for my wins, I need my head. This life is real, can't play pretend. Hit multiple wins, I get it in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NODWIN Valorant Challenges South Asia, driven by Hyundai and presented, or rather a styling partner being Philips OneBlade. We have a very interesting situation on our hands. Split 2, and the first map, Split, was a map where Revenant were on the front foot, but they couldn't close it out. And there was a massive comeback by Militant Esports. And now they find themselves back behind again. Can they pull off this comeback once more? Or will we go to map number 3, courtesy of Revenant? Revenant had a very spicy entry into Split 2. I think we've all seen that video. I don't want to talk about it once more. But you gotta back up your smack talk with some smashing gameplay as well.
They showed it in mind. They've shown why this is their map pick. and why they're so good at it. Let's see though, there's still one more half left. MLT still have a chance, a little bit of a chance. For that, they'll need to win the pistol or then pull off the Fnatic play that they were able to do on Icebox. But hey, it'll be super difficult. It'll be super difficult. Super difficult. And that happens once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
Let's see if MLT is able to do it or not. 9-3 courses are nothing new. But yes, to activate it, you'll really need to win the pistol. And that is a very important round here for Team MLT.
I'm glad you brought up Fnatic. I'm pretty sure they're going to be very sad now that Icebox is no longer in rotation. I don't know if Revenant will be happy because of it, but the Bind map seems to be their playground for now. Paradox doing a lot of good stuff. He hasn't been able to get too many frags, but every time he just jumps into the side, double satcheling in, he clears a lot of space for his team. And that is fundamentally the objective.
Let's see the MLT, even though they're down by quite a big margin in terms of round numbers, they're still radiating just positivity. All of these players are happy. I think they're prepared for the next map of Fracture. And looking back at some moments here, look at this, Ching. He was the one who at least helped his teammate there and then was able to farm a couple of frags in the next bonus round. And Revenant, they've been all over the half. The only 3 rounds they dropped, one of them was a heroic effort from Bad Luck. The other 2, sort of team efforts, but still Team Revenant, they'll be happy with the scoreline that they have after the end of the half.
I really like some of the plays that Bad Luck made over here. Yeah, it came at a steep cost. 2 of his teammates lost their lives because of it. But he was able to turn the tide every now and then. On A side, when he tried it, he got a nice double kill, denied the spike plant. And then on the B side, Bad Love was playing really well as an anchor. So whatever success Militant found was on the back of these multi-kills that Bad Love was able to muster up. And those were some really cool kills. So on the basis of firepower alone and his anchoring ability, he was able to get Militant a couple of rounds at the very least. But is that going to be enough though? Because as we head into the second half, I don't know how many of you guys are superstitious, but Revenant already fumbled a lead in the previous map and Militant were able to make a comeback. So if the same patterns repeat themselves, Militant should be able to mount a comeback yet again.
Interesting thing over here, Crepes. But I really don't think this time around it'll be possible for Team Militant to get back. They had everything good in terms of the second half. They got decent number of rounds in the first one, 2, 7, 5. The recovery was there. But this time you're 2 down in the rabbit hole. You're just too deep. And coming back from here with all the odds against you, even the composition you're playing with against you, all the players not firing on full cylinders. This comeback is really difficult. You have players sitting on 6, 4, 6, 7, 9. This is not what you want to expect when you're going in with a map up. You want to close it here and now. But MLT, they've been struggling a lot.
Hey, at least when Alice fell through the rabbit hole, she ended up in Wonderland. If Militant keep falling through that, they will end up in map number 3 and possibly a blemish on their record, a 0-1 start for them. And I don't think they would want that again. They faced it in the first split. I don't think they would be fans of witnessing that again. And as the tech timeout continues to persist, it does give the team a little bit of time to discuss it among themselves. Of course, keep in mind that during these tech timeouts, the coach isn't allowed to chime in. So whatever they do, they have to decipher it on their own. Venka has been hit or miss with the op. Now luckily he won't need to do it on the attacking side, but if he does choose an attacking side op, it will be a bold pick. And Militant, they're not known to be the bold team who makes those very risky pushes or those gambles. They're a very solid and grounded in reality kind of team. So will this reality give them a cold, shocking awakening? Or will it take them to, like I said, Fantasyland again? Or rather, what was it? Yeah, it was Wonderland by Alice, yeah. Anyway, enough with the fairy tale references. It will be a fairy tale run for Militant Esports if they make this comeback. It would have to be a massive one if they want to finish this game 2-0. Keep in mind, they've already got split in the bag.
They're 1-0 up. But how do they continue?
Yeah.
So still now, they did not look promising at all. But alright, some arcade games over here being introduced in the map of Bind 2. Oh, there's a machine. There's an arcade machine here. This I did not know. Where is it? Can we know where the camera was pointed at? Because I'd love to see where that arcade machine was.
I think it might have been added recently after the new skin bundle was released.
Oh, true.
Radiant Entertainment System, yeah. I mean, those arcade machines and everything were there and split, but not really on Bind. If they have been added, then cool. I mean, Bind has quite a dark history when you take a look at the lore of Valorant, so some arcade machines will definitely lighten up the mood. But you know what will really lighten up the mood over here? It would be Militant winning the pistol.
Oh,
I don't like that Cortez is pushing in by himself. He disengages after he spots out Ching. And now his teammates will regroup along with him, but Revenant are stacking 3 on the B site. And while Right to Ace is jump spotting, they've left Josh to be in that corner.
Let's see, it's a slow approach, and Rio, what was that? Trailblazer! And George just escapes with the TP. Cortez is able to take 1 down, but Ching is ready for the trade. Oh my god, Revenant. They're getting the pistol here.
Yeah, and this seems to be the highway to map number 3. A second TP play results in an even trade, but still Revenant with the man advantage have to convert this. Both the players on B site, their positions are now known, but the crossfire is still strong enough. Knight Rider disengages and Right to Ace sprays them all down. Battler finally covers it up, but the spike is now dropped, and it will be very difficult for him to recover this. He's already lost a big chunk of his HP thanks to the paint shells.
Got the spike.
Oh, this is so nerve-wracking. Very little time left. If he gets pushed right now, he doesn't have any space to fall back to a safe spot. He has to go in for the fight, and Paradox kills him through the paper-thin walls of this little seal box.
Oof. Great round. Great round from Team MLT. Oh, I'm sorry, Team Revenant. I thought that for a second, Militant might have an opportunity to come back into the round. But yeah, no bueno. Good shots, good spam from the side of Team Revenant. And I still do not understand this. Rio did not clear the close corner and still went in for the Trailblazer. Punished for it, and then Right to Ace. Man, this frenzy, just nerf it. Just nerf it, otherwise it will do things like this.
Okay, a force buy. Alright, Militant don't usually go for force buys, but now that they are desperate, they have no choice. Oh, there's only one gun that can counter the judge, and that's another judge. Josh uses it to excellence. He avoids the spam for the most extent too, and he's still hiding inside that smoke. Militant reconsider their approach, heading towards Bath this time. And Paradox, while he is the lone defender over here on paper, his other 2 teammates can easily counter back.
Venka, he needed the frag. He needed the frag with the Headhunter and Knight Rider. Okay, there it is. But Josh with the judge around the corner. Jumping judge. Okay, we did not see it here. But yeah, I mean, he'll be chased down. Josh, for now, he just let Knight Rider escape. And Rio is also able to get a frag here. Josh, not having much. Blackhawk, blind as a bat. But all these TPs can still be heard and Right to Ace. Just before TP is able to take him down, but Blackhawk wanted to follow. The flash, the molly, and everything's just perfect. Right to Ace just close the round, but how Team Revenant, how are they playing? They're just throwing util all over the board and running through it.
Not just throwing util, they're throwing their own bodies into that TP. As soon as Militant Esports jumped inside, I was first of all worried because Knight Rider died the moment he got that teleport in. So I was afraid, hey, is the spike dropped on the other side? No, it wasn't. So Rio could recover it, but then they threw in flashes, snake fights, and then their own bodies into the mix. Revenant Esports doubled down on this approach, and they don't even let Militant Esports escape to safety. The force buy thwarted, and Militant yet again find themselves in a very desperate situation. Whatever weapons they have are all on the basis of pennies and pocket lint. Bulldogs and Vandals on the board, but is that gonna be enough though?
Important question. The Trailblazer. The way that they saw the Trailblazer to, just not let it die and have an extra second on it to get information is just insane. It's just insane to me how well they do it. Again, they get that early information, someone there be long, you already spotted a Blazer coming through Hookah. And even after all that, yeah, I mean, they still have no control whatsoever, Team MLT. They got Octagon. Yes, they did get Octagon, but they smoked off on Hookah, so the split cannot come for now. The Seekers will give the information on the B side, and all the rotations are drawn in. Josh is also coming in to help him out. Cortez, he is blind, firing some shots, and then comes a double push. Ching is the one to get that frag, but Rio, what can he do? Blackhawk with the support gets him the frag, and now you have the Sky to heal you up too. But Knight Rider and Venka. Wait a minute. They try to get this one back in control.
30 seconds left.
Right to Ace. Is this off angle expected? Not at all. He even gets the headshot onto Venka. But not enough to get the frag, and it's all down to Paradox and his Bulldog.
A gift.
The controllers on Revenant did a very good job of holding Militant back. The Brim and the Viper top and green, which is keeping them stationed ahead. But then they decide to re-aggress into its hookah, and that was their undoing. But Paradox can still win this. The Boombot gives away Venka's position. He doesn't have too much wiggle room over here. A single burst with the classic should be enough, but Venka adjusts the crosshair upstairs.
Teleport's ready.
Shoots down Paradox midair, and the hope is still alive.
Oh, MLT. They somehow come into this round with some weapons that they were able to purchase, and even though they had the first possible start to it, they were able to close it out in their favor. The re-aggression on Hookah for Team Revenant with the weaker weapons was a complete no for Team MLT, and they were able to scoop up those frags and then the round for themselves. A fourth one on the board. Revenant on towards the Eco.
I mean, I'm not against all that hookah aggression. I would much rather have the Spectres play up close than give the long-range duels to the Vandal. Yeah, but now Paradox's cheeky angle will be nullified because of the Trailblazer. That's okay. But Revenant can still do quite a lot of damage with the Sheriffs at range. And especially with Josh and his blades, you better be careful. Militant this time, slowly creeping towards the A site. Taking inch by inch of this map. Blackhawk, he's gonna burn alive. He's given up on his life already. He accepted his death.
He had to run forward towards the wall. That was the only opportunity he had. But wait a minute, Ching is playing the rat angle here. Can he convert the round? Gets one, but does not expect Venka to be in this position. Right to Ace. That's not connect all of his shots. Only if he would have gotten that one very quick. Josh also gets another frag. The updraft. Oh, he needed to connect the knife. He's able to retrieve a Bulldog at least. He has the Bulldog to work with.
Enemy remaining.
And he does not get a frag. Venka just better in that situation. Rio, he was also just one bullet, but he's able to land the shots. And Revenant, they did beautifully, and they won the round.
Yeah, but the fact that the Militant members were getting crunched like this is so good. You saw the reluctance of them to continue planting the spike, right? Because as soon as they lost control of Bath, they were just so paranoid about Josh coming in. They were able to somehow get it in the nick of time. And then as soon as Right to Ace revealed himself, all of them just plundered down on him. They were hoping that they will at least be able to kill Right to Ace so that Venka and... I'm sorry, not Venka. At least Josh and Ace don't crunch them together. They had to play aggro towards one of those sides, and Militant survived the storm. But now they're smacking the center of it. Right to Ace, having a few unlucky rounds, gets picked off once again over here. And now a massive piece of information gathering ability not available on Revenant, so they will be playing on the back foot.
Right to Ace, the flash did not give information, but Cortez was still there. And he was able to get that frag, and now comes in the commitment from Team MLT. Cortez throws an A there into you all. No one's there to receive it, but Revenant, they're happy to play retake here. They are a player down. That could be one of the reasons they were not contesting A with that heavily.
Okay.
But Militant, they are very comfortable in this spot. Let's see if they're able to win the round from here or not.
The slow pinky combination can be deadly, but Cortez is deadlier. And with the shorty at close range, nobody will be brave enough to challenge him. The Revenants are calling it. They're backing off already.
Yep, it's a save. You cannot risk an operator being lost here. It's a $4,700 investment, and MLT is slowly and steadily they're getting those rounds. Yep, they're on the basis of team play, and that's what we like to see. Militant, let's see how long can they keep up the winning spree, because at the end of the day, Revenant, they just need 2 here.
They adopt a turtle space over here. Use it to double stack outside of hookah, get that first kill, and as soon as they have it, they can then regress towards the A site. They know for a fact that Revenant Esports will have to spread their defenses thin in order to cover all the bases, cover all the entry points. So they take a risk of going towards A, where they were just hoping the operator wouldn't be present, and they gambled correctly. The smokes basically made sure that Militant can get inside without getting shot, and the spike plant confirms the round to them. So Revenant now taking a timeout. They're feeling the heat, and they don't want this map to also end up like Split, where Militant were able to mount that comeback. Keep in mind that previously they were leading 12-8 on Split, so they can't afford to have that be recreated over here, and the score is awfully close to it.
Oh, a timeout being called to Revenant. They do not want to drop a map here, and rightfully so, because they'll be eliminated if they lose by. But some interesting words coming in on the side of Team MLT. They also had the time to discuss some things, and quick executes has been the name of the game. MLT, they run around the map hoping to get a frag, and as soon as they do, they just regroup and hit a site together. And that is just basic Valorant being played by them, which is working for at least the past 3 rounds. So let's see if they do it again. Cortez this time around with the guiding light. He's trying to take some control, but Josh this time positioned around Shaz with the operator. It is an important weapon. Should have been concealed, but he uses it to destroy the Trailblazer, and no one is speaking behind it, because let's not pick it up. That's just perfect. MLT, they just head towards the B side instantly, knowing that there is an operator present. Let's not challenge this angle. And Paradox and Right to Ace, these are the only 2 weak players in terms of weaponry in this round. Paradox just has a Sheriff and Right to Ace with a Spectre. The other players are stacked with rifles. So you better run into these players first rather than the ones with rifle. Ching has already made his way into the site with the support from Right to Ace, and Paradox is already holding hookah. But Cortez exactly now has a showstopper and will fire it and at least get one. But Right to Ace did his job. He got his flag for himself. Knight Rider is able to take care of Ching. The Sheriff gets nothing. And Militant crack open the B side.
They're still keen on going for this retake. If they get a pick, they might just be able to continue onwards, and that's exactly what happens. Now it looks possible. But Revenant Esports still find the odds overwhelming, especially with the Resurrection online. All their efforts were for nothing. So they will be forced to save these weapons again. This is the second time the op is being saved. And Militant Esports creep closer and closer. They close down the gap, reduce the deficit, and are inching closer towards a comeback yet again. And with so many of their players still alive, Militant now start to roll in money. They snowball out of control. At one point it was Revenant who had limitless funds, but now they are broke. Will they please get to save this op? I mean, Militant are actively contesting them. They want to take it away, and they will do so. The op, which was being carried forward since 2 rounds in a row, is now lost to the Nether Realms.
Oh, Team Revenant. They were not even able to do what they wanted here. They wanted to save at least a weapon. Nah, not happening. Blackhawk, yes, he got that frag, and they should have forced them to maybe go for the retake. They did not, and Militant realizing it, they used the TP and made sure that the weapons are not being saved anymore. So good decision making, I'd say. But let's see Team MLT if they're able to continue on it. There was enough money to put in another purchase, but if they lose your Team Revenant, that's another eco. You have 3 ultimates to help you win the round. You have the Orbital Strike Seekers and the Showstopper. But let's see how do you deal with it. The Pain Chill and Slow combination forces Josh to leave the angle. And TP's out towards A, and it's all down to Right to Ace to hold this B side.
Rio, wonderful job. Rio was actually present towards the bottom of T-spawn 2 as well to make sure that anyone who DPs out can get caught, but the Viper Toxin Screen saved him. Ace though saves nobody. He's doing all the damage possible and he's given his team an advantage. The orbital strike doesn't really help their cause, but at least now they know for sure that Militant can't fall back towards B long, so they check every other angle possible. Knight Rider playing dangerous game, spamming with the Vandal over there, and he finally succeeds in getting the kill onto Josh, but gets instantly traded out by Paradox. Badlove once again has to be the hero, and he's running away from the showstopper.
Spammable plant. It is a spammable plant, but he does not go for it. Paradox, he wants to stick it. The showstopper is over, and Badlove once again clutches out the round. Militant, they're mounting a comeback, all right.
Oh, they definitely are. And now Revenant can feel the pressure once more. Back down in the economic trenches, having to climb their way up from these brutal eco rounds. Militant have a chance to turn this whole game on its head. This clutch is just beautiful. Badlove definitely is the MVP of this game, at least from Militant's side. He's been the anchor who was responsible for getting Militant 3 rounds in the first half, and now he's getting them the crucial rounds once more. And with Revenant on eco again, Militant have a chance to get 9 on the board. Cortez and Badlove ripping them to shreds. This crossfire is deadly, and Revenant, their curiosity, gets them killed.
It's all down to Ching and Blackhawk now. I mean, the best they can hope for is to get a couple of frags. They all left the B side completely empty, and look at where the players of Team Militant are playing all the way deep into the spawn. Knight Rider could use some backup. Let's not be the only player there to drop the weapon that snowballs into a round loss. And he does not deliver the first few shots and instantly backs away. Venka there with the support. He's also tagged up quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, utility being used, Revenant being forced back. Blackhawk still looking to challenge the angle. Knight Rider, good for one. Ching not expecting a player so close. Blackhawk also tagged up a little bit. And yeah, he's not saving the sheriff anyway, so it's better to fall back. Oh, wait a minute. We had one. But yeah, the round gets closed out. Knight Rider, one more step closer towards this resurrection. And Militant, they've got that 10th round on the board.
It's kind of surprising to see Militant hunt down a bunch of sheriff wheelers, isn't it? I mean, if there was an AWP being saved or a phantom being saved, I can understand their desire to hunt down. But with just sheriffs, I think they're just unnecessarily giving away frags. I mean, not that they need to worry about money. They are literally neck deep in dollar bills over here. But they will run out of money some point if they keep playing recklessly. Although, when I speak about economic woes, it's Revenant who's facing the pressure. They have yet another buy round on their hands. If they lose this, it will be Militant on double digits and it will be Revenant on yet another eco. At which point, Militant can actually equalize. And we saw that comeback in Split. I'm starting to see glimpses of it yet again. I don't think this is the deja vu that Revenant will be too happy to see.
I wasn't a believer until now. I thought this game was over after seeing the 9-3 score line, but now I do believe. Let's see the team Militant. They're working their way towards Shower. Knowing that the pit is down A shot, they know that this A side is not heavily defended. It has to be defended by just 1 or 2 players. Although that is not the case, and you have Joshes with the operator out A heaven. But this is a common angle which should get smoked before the execute happens. And yeah, there is the smoke. The operator also revealed. Paradox flashed off the angle. The ultimate also being thrown in. Rio manages to fight Josh S. Now Paradox should have killed Cortez there, but it is Cortez instead who comes out on top. Pop flash, turn, Cortez with a couple more, and it's all down to the player in pit, Ching, who won't be able to do the job, and Militant. My god, this team is on a roll right now.
Oh, they are not on a roll. They are a wrecking ball, and they are tearing through Revenant defenses. What's their counter to a Viper's Pit on A main? They highway in from Bat. They create a barrier orb which basically dissects the entire site. And even though there were 3 Revenant players stacked up on the A side, none of them get to see any action. The orbital strike pushes Paradox out of position, which is fine. He survives that little oven he was stuck inside, but he can't do anything else. And with Cortez being this close to defend the spawn entrance, Revenant don't even get to step outside. And they are yet again on an eco. Militant have a chance of equalizing the scoreline. The comeback is happening. It's inevitable. Unless the Sheriff start to sing the song of death, and they have to sing beautifully for it, Militant Esports can feel the victory once more. This is the deja vu of the worst possible kind. Creeping in towards B-Long once again. This time it's Cortez with the showstopper. Not taking any risk, they want to bring on the big guns right off the bat. And Benka's holding on the back of this Viper's toxin screen. As soon as it gets down, Ching will be in the open. Will Benka look in the right direction? No, he doesn't. That's a weapon recovered for Revenant.
Let's see if this helps them to facilitate the lead. Rider still has the ultimate to work with. Blackhawk tosses the molly, smokes out elbow once again. Josh just playing around that wall, and now Blackhawk has started to stick the spike. Do they sneak around? Yes, they do. The Sheriffs, they do sing. And Revenant, a flawless thrifty. What?
Oh my goodness. Now, that's not something you expected, is it? There was even a molly lineup from the Brimstone. It landed a tad bit late. But Militant's decision of playing towards B-Long ended up backfiring because a single smoke puts them all out of commission. And then they have to peer ahead of it without any flashes to show for it, and that leads to their undoing. Revenant. Oh, they've been in this situation again. Can they finish the game though? Can we go to map number 3, or will Militant show us yet another overtime?
The thing here is, if you look at the money, Revenant have a buy this time around for the final round, if it goes to that. But
yeah.
But still, I mean, do you even, as Militant, do you want to fight this out alone? No, Knight Rider, you have the resurrection. You don't. You are not the one to take that early fight. Someone else can for sure, not you. You need to get that extra player back up.
Yeah.
Let's see Militant. They're playing it very slow. This is the slowest I've seen them. You're trying to clear off all these angles. The flash is perfect too, so Rio does not know who killed the Trailblazer. It could either be the Sky or anyone else, so that has to ring some alarm bells. Cortez mollied off of the angle, but still MLT, they continue. They push into the side. Cortez has a very important fight up ahead with Blackhawk, and Blackhawk respects the angle. Cortez switches the weapons and has taken a lot of damage. But Revenant, they still survive with all of their players standing, and it's a 5v5 retake situation.
Cortez gets the heal back up again, but Blackhawk now starting to fire on all cylinders. They have to battle right through this one. It has to be a sledgehammer that Revenant hit Militant with. Knight Rider gets one, but gets caught with utility in the hand, and this should be it. Unless Rio has some magic in his veins, unless he can pull off a 4K, we are going to map number 3. The flash is good enough for one, but both of them double peek him. Revenant, it was long and labored, but they finally get the win.
Oh my god. I almost thought it was a 2-0. Great rounds coming in. And the way that they played, that was just phenomenal. And a brilliant game, a brilliant round. But it's Team Revenant who come out on top, slay their opponents, and push us to map number 3.
That was a sweaty game. Like, I'm literally palpitating over here. It's so nerve-wracking to see this comeback happen, and I was almost excited that this might just be a 2-0, but we get to go to map number 3 regardless, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a long night. I hope you're ready for it. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
I know my destiny.
alright. I'd like to see some great eyes too. And Ching is also playing a killjoy. So a role change too for the side of Team Revenant. Josh with the breach and Paradox on the race. Interesting picks here from both these teams, and let's see how do these picks pan out.
They're just waiting, anticipating. Boombot protects him. Venka starts off with a firing kill. Whoa, that was a good one, but Josh jumps apart. That right click with the classic was very cool to look at. Oh, and the flashes are perfect.
Last player standing.
Ching
One enemy remaining.
almost made it possible, but now Josh has brought it to the brink.
Now he tried out as he expect. Now he sees it. The classic. They do throw a few tags, and Josh is also collecting the orbs on the way. So he's thinking about the future too. But look at the disengage from Knight Rider. He also has that idea that someone could be he could be rotating towards the A side. A camera and a tripwire awaits Josh in the position. And with the plant, it'll just be what? 2 orbs away from the Rolling Thunder? That's just great for Josh. But the primary objective should be to win the round. And Knight Rider.
30 seconds left.
Does he check the cam? He does, and he spots the player down too. Josh does not know where the cam is. The stun is there to buy some time, and he has the full kit. Now finally he sees the cam. The aftershock to flush him off the angle. 15 seconds on the clock. Knight Rider needs to just buy time. He lets the player plant, but Josh, another flash. The flash does nothing, but Josh instead goes in, swings out wide, gets the frag, and Revenant get the first round.
Oh, what a clutch. And it was all the Josh show. Right from the beginning, where he was able to trade his teammates out, towards the end where he smartly acquired a lot of orbs as well, and within just that one round he has almost the Rolling Thunder available. 4 kills plus 2 orbs and the spike plant. My goodness. Imagine having a Rolling Thunder in the second round itself. That would be nuts.
They'll probably not use it right now.
Yeah,
They'll save
most
it for the
likely.
bonus. Save it for the bonus round. That will help them again get the dream start that they have been getting every game. So let's see. They're still very patient. Venka, he has invested in the sheriff, looking to get some sort of ROI on it. But even with the sheriff, he's just tucked in. So I mean, really a shot would have been better in that position. Way cheaper and way more effective. One tap to the body could do the job. Ching this time around. The corner gets checked perfectly. Paradox, Josh S, both of these players, they chime in at the perfect time. Get the frags respectively, and it's all down to Knight Rider and Bad Luck.
Well, what can possibly happen over here? Not much, right? Bad Luck can get 1 kill maybe. Join a gun, hopefully do some more economic damage, but then again, Militant aren't usually the kind of team that goes in for those force buys. They only did it once in Bind because they were feeling the pressure. But with 2 rounds going in the favor of Revenant, I don't think Militant will start to sweat yet. But if history bears any witness, Revenant can get off this momentum high and start stringing these rounds together, which can then become a problem for Militant, and I don't think they would like that to happen again.
Oh. Let's see though, this is a round where Team Militant should win it out fairly easily, but it hasn't been the case from the past 2 maps. And now even with the Rolling Thunder for Josh, things would be even difficult to work around for Team Militant. So Venka and Cortez, they take it upon themselves to go and fire these shots out, and Rio also charges back in. The Rolling Thunder irrespectively still gets invested. Rio still concussed, but as soon as the concussion fades off, he takes out and takes down Josh. So it's still a 2v3 situation, not out of the danger waters, because Rio, he's not expecting this play. He's not expecting Ching to be in this position, but Ching whiffs all of his shots. That could have been an opportunity to win the round. He dishes out a lot of damage, not the frag, and now right to Ace finds himself all alone.
That was quite a good recovery from Militant.
No more dreams.
Clean shot by right to Ace, but
I have the spot.
yeah, I think he can actually piece this together. He's got plenty of time. Utility will be back online in 5 seconds. That haunt should reveal where Bad Love is.
Bring them down.
Prowler doesn't catch Knight Rider. And they're playing off of each other's contact. As soon as Bad Love makes the first peek, or rather Knight Rider in this case, they both will swing out at the same time. And he's not given the chance. Good recovery from Militant Esports.
The damage has been dealt.
Yeah.
I mean, now Revenant will be with a full buy. And Militant, look at it, they have to scrape off a buy here. Cortez won't have a rifle with a full shield, so he'll have to sacrifice on the shield, but a relatively better purchase. I thought the situation could have been even worse here, but no, Militant. They're able to get back this purchase out and fight off Team Revenant. In terms of ultimates, you still have a lot of competitions on both of these teams. Josh just invested his Rolling Thunder in the previous round, so it's not coming back anytime soon. But let's see what's the move here. Revenant, an early fault line to activate Paradox, and Paradox, he somehow got that frag because both the players were shooting the boom board. And Blackhawk comes in with the trade, so that's the A side completely open for business. Ching has already got the rope control, and Militant, they will probably drop another round.
Revenant just bars their way into the A side, make it look clean and easy. The A main aggression wasn't even needed. It was just available as an insurance policy, but with Revenant getting so many kills just on the back of Paradox aggression towards Dish, are able to successfully plant this spike and not lose too many members in the process. That's the Revenant we are used to seeing. And Militant once again forced to save.
The save is a good call here. Because look at Venka and Rio. Probably they'll get a purchase with harsh shields, but the rifles will be there. Only Bad Love will suffer a little bit, and they can fight it out. But then again, the economy crisis will start showing if they lose the next round too. So Revenant, they'll have to be careful. But on the other hand, Militant, just because of this pressure, I don't think so they'll be making any more plays like this, pushing out 3 players out of Dish in the next round.
Even if they do, what leaves me more puzzled is that the third player of Militant Esports, the Breach, he jumped back up to get those trades. And while he was able to get one frag, that's okay. What bothers me is that he left the A main and the sand region unchecked at that point, which can easily be exploited by Revenant yet again. And even if Rio is able to get those frags, he will lose the site regardless. So this spread out by Militant Esports is actually a bit concerning, especially when Revenant are playing this fast.
4 players are suppressed, and that's no utility available. Cortez just around the corner, grabs the 2 players out. Now right to Ace and Blackhawk. The last 2 remaining players left to pick up the pieces. Spike not in their control. There should be a MLT round. Wait a minute. They do get a dink onto Venka to Cold, who's just literally 1 HP. 124 tag onto the guy. And investing the ultimate, are we? Blackhawk. Yes, they do. But there's a counter rolling thunder. And Venka peeks off of it. Gets a frag. Right to Ace. Good for one, but this Breach is a bully. This Breach is a bully. They're not letting him do anything right now. Right to Ace. Suppress, stunned, concussed. You try to save the utility, it has been thrown onto this player. Now finds himself in a 1v3. Let's not invest the Nightfall here. He'll peep off of Rio here. And Rio gets taken down. Knight Rider, the flash, just perfect. And Team Militant, they secure their second.
Well, just when I start voicing my concerns about Militant's viability on defense, they prove me wrong. I'm very happy about it. Look at this. The fact that the players on sand, or rather the tower, I mean, they did not hesitate peeking out at all is actually very cool. And because Militant had superior numbers over here, they gambled correctly. They're able to hold on to this entire push that Revenant had orchestrated. But I don't know if they can replicate it again. If they can keep on playing on the back of each other's contact, that would be amazing. You saw how the tower players were very open to pushing out of smokes and just disrespecting the Revenant cut-off site utility. So if that's something that Militant is looking to dabble into, I think it looks promising. Especially with Venka feeling himself. Nice shot on the Jing already, and that's the killjoy out of the picture. But then again, that was the only player towards Dish.
Face your fear!
Nightfall now gets invested. And they just again try to delay for as much as possible. The utility is good. Venka reclaiming a tower. And now the showstopper gets one. Blackhawk turns around though at perfect time. And the null command gets popped too. So the spike did not make its way.
Spike down A.
It did not make its way towards the side in Paradox. Yes, he has a showstopper available.
Last player
Use it now.
standing.
Cortez even manages to get that frag onto Paradox. The flash to push off right to Ace does not connect, but the molly and the stun will right to Ace. Will just burn to his death until unless Cortez comes in, gets the frag, and Militant secure the third.
So there was a bit of a communication issue over here. They invested a lot of utility to make sure nobody can push out of towers, but then you have the Raze pushing out yet again. He pushed through the molly, and that wasn't the only piece of utility present over there. There was a paint shell, there was aftershock as well. So he just waits it out and then reclears the angle via tower. That's exactly what I meant in the previous round when I said that Militant are ready to disrespect the Revenant utility. And as long as Militant keep on doing that, Revenant will have to be constantly paranoid about being pushed through these smokes. They can't rely on cutting off sight, so they have to make these contacts. Oh my god, okay. That's a brave jump across from Paradox. Venka finally puts him out of his misery. But he then reclears Ching, turns around for the second. Nitro pushing out of smoke for the third time will result in his death. But Rio gets two with the aftershock. Now that's not something you see every day. In combination with his fault line, he leaves them stunned and then he burns them alive.
Oh my god, what a round. Although an eco, but still, it'll matter a lot. Great util usage. Venka the first one to start out the killing spree. Even escaped and gets that second. That's just beautiful movement right there. And then the aftershock gets two. That's just insane. That is just insane. And Militant, they easily secure their fourth.
Fault line yet again. We've seen this before, but this is the counter fault line as well. It still doesn't help the cause. Revenant are ripping through their position. And with another ultimate orb available, Josh has the Rolling Thunder. Rio very keen on playing this one and done angle. It's supposed to be a one and done, but he makes it double. And there's no trade outs. Somehow he triples up. Finally, it's up to Josh to make it possible. But oh my goodness, did Rio overstay his welcome, and he did so fabulously.
So let's see, the Knight Rider still on the job. Has the ultimate too, has the neural theft. And throws it out. Oh, that's Josh's position known. But he has a belt of utility, Josh. The stun, and then the wide swing out too. So Revenant, they survive for now. Get another round. And are able to at least wave the flag for now.
Yeah, Knight Rider and Josh locked in a one-on-one yet again. And Josh pulls it off a second time. He pulled off this clutch in the pistol round as well, and now once again to deny Militant this economic momentum. But you gotta admit, both the breaches stepped up massively in this round.
That's correct.
I don't think we've seen such a closely contested first half in any of the maps before. Usually it was just Revenant running away with the lead and Militant playing catch-up. But now that they're fighting toe-to-toe, this will be a very cool game. Wang on the back of the flash, wants to go for the beat once again, but Ching, he's cheeky this time.
But the showstopper, look at the space that they're gaining here. The Paradox throws it out completely, gets damage onto Knight Rider, but that's about it. Bad luck, what? How do you swing then 180 within a second and get the second frag too? It will not really help that much because Ching has the lockdown, Blackhawk has all of the post-run utility available. But hey, a great attempt coming in from the guy.
Okay, Cortez being a bit too overambitious over here. There was a big crossfire over there, and he had way too many angles to clear. Militant Esports are getting desperate now. All these attempts of trying to re-clear sand, especially when Revenant aren't done taking full control yet, it will backfire at some point. And while I am very impressed by that 180 flick, you can't rely on it again and again. Battler was the anchor on B-Long on Bind in the previous game. Can he turn into the same anchor this time around?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Let's see though.
Flash out.
Josh S again, a very fast pace towards this B side for Team Revenant. Bad Love has all the utility needed to stop it out. Knight Rider stunned. The ultimate being used as well, but Knight Rider on top of Generator. Gets that flag onto Paradox. You throw all the utility you have, but you're already at a disadvantageous position. The counter Rolling Thunder comes in too. The spam's good. Josh left with just 14 HP and a lot of ultimates are being utilized here. Josh gets a frag but burns down into the molly of Black Hawk. Still the plant comes in and it's a 4v3 retake.
Spike
The
planted.
spike just goes down after everything is thrown in by both the sides after a ton of ultimates are used. Militant still have the man advantage unless Ching can do something about it. Instant trade comes through. The crossfire between Revenant players is deadly enough for now, and this allows Right to Ace to farm up that Nightfall. Another ultimate thrown on, and this is finally the end. Okay. Can we get a counter of the number of ultimates that were unleashed in this round? It was pure pandemonium and chaos. It's so funny because you had the first Rolling Thunder thrown out and Knight Rider gets on the elevation because he was knocked into the air by that Rolling Thunder. Gets a frag, falls back, and then in all this chaos in hopes of avoiding the orbital strike, there was a team kill. And despite the team kill, Revenant are able to win the round. Bro, I'm done. This is one of those rounds which you will have to take a replay of to fully comprehend what went down. Oh, but you don't need a replay of that frag with Bad Love picking up the early frag.
And look at the early rotation that he's committing to. I mean, he gets that frag, rotates all the way back towards it. Knowing that the B aggression will be stopped for a little bit, enough for Venka and Knight Rider to control it down. So good rotations coming in as well. MLT, I mean, it is an attackers oriented map, so 4 to 5 rounds are more than enough. MLT already have 4. With 2 more rounds to be played, they'll be looking forward towards an equal half, I think.
This is very different.
They're playing contact up.
Exactly, it's so different because Revenant haven't played contact very often. And when they finally do, Knight Rider with his curiosity is able to get one but can't fall back to safety. The judge, this can be the deterrent. It's the deterrent that they needed. The showstopper doesn't do what it expected to do, but at least it pushes Right to Ace back towards Arcade. And now they have a chance to get back. Militant Esports are already chaining up on them.
30 seconds
Rotations
left.
have arrived. And Revenant would be very stubborn to continue pursuing this site again. In fact, look at the defenders. They've already left the site itself and they're now looking elsewhere, assuming that Revenant would fall back. But little do they know that Revenant are very adamant. Of course, all these illusion will be broken as soon as the spike one happens. Can Right to Ace get away in time? The fragment burns him, and if that doesn't happen, Cortez is there. Josh S. cornered. Will he fight back? Yes, he can. First frag comes through, but then there's just way too much counter utility on him.
Oh, MLT, they get another one back. And that is the 5th on the board. On a map like Fracture, you're getting 5 rounds on defense. That's just great. That is really, really good. And now if you look at the economy for Revenant, it's not too good. There's a Bulldog, there's a half shield. What does even Paradox buy? I think just nothing. Plays on maybe an upgraded pistol. So this is not looking good at all. This half is not looking good at all for Team Revenant, and that too for the very first time.
Yeah. Militant Esports have come alive in their defensive half. Up until now, Revenant were walking away with the lead scot-free, but now Militant say no. And it's a resilient, astounding no. Venka pushing out of B main, doesn't see anyone. It's a dish attack yet again from Revenant, and Militant have fallen prey to this several times in the past. Will they be able to endure this once again? This time Revenant lack utility as well as weaponry. But hold on, I thought they would push in. They are not doing that. They fall back. And now Militant will be puzzled. At least they can go back to their defaults. They haven't deviated too far away from their standard locations. It is a heavy A stack for the moment, but I'm pretty sure that Militant can bounce back. Especially when Revenant are taking their sweet time and Venka's holding here with the op. He sees the Prowler. Waiting, operating, and he dissects Josh's body in half. Paradox caught in the trap. Luckily nobody to shoot him down as he gets pinged in that scan. But there's not much that Militant can do to deny the spike plant. They can probably use the aftershock, but that's about it. Venka can use the paint shell to dislodge the Revenant members who are on the site, but it's Knight Rider who can make a massive difference. Oh, but Jing's already dead, so now Knight Rider can safely rejoin his teammates. Right, waits for the double spray down. Oh my goodness, Revenant forget planting the spike. They take all the kills. They go heavily towards the canteen region, and Knight Rider bounces back. What on earth was this adjustment? Militant did not see it coming, but they still stabilize. And that is what is needed. Finally a competitive first half from Militant. After losing so many of these maps and so many of these first halves to a blistering and dominating Revenant attacking side, Militant are able to show some resistance. This is exactly what we needed from Militant Esports. A 6-6 half. Whew. That was quite a game. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was a very good half so far. This is the first time where Militant were actually able to mount a good defensive half and push it to 6-6. So we'll see on the other side of this break to see whether Militant can pull it up.
For my wins, I need my hands. This life is real. Can't play pretend. Came off the bench. I get it in.
Presenting Hyundai i20 N-Line. It's time to play.
Yes, I'm a Gen Z. Or should I say, the Gen Next. And I don't let fear hold me back from doing anything. I choose to move fearlessly to it all.
Hey buddy, we need you to trim your beard for this next scene.
What? Okay, fine, I'll admit it. I move fearlessly in most things, but I draw the line here. What if I Nico cut myself?
Try this.
Phillips.
For my wins, I need my hands. This life is real. Can't play pretend. Came off the bench. I get it in.
इसी तरह तो आइए इसमें.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Up until now, if you have seen the first two maps, usually it's Revenant with a very one-sided scoreline in the first half, and then Militant playing catch-up. They have been mounting some amazing comebacks in this series so far. But now on Fracture, both these teams are head-to-head, leveled. Can this be the resurgence of Militant Esports? Can they convert this into an astounding win? We will find out soon enough. Militant make their presence towards Arcade known, but the players from main aren't coming in yet. The smokes have already been put in place to make sure nobody from B main can walk inside, and Revenant stack up the site itself instead of holding Canteen or Generator. They push the spike carrier back. Militant Esports are forced to reconsider their actions, and their hopes of going towards A are hinging on Knight Rider's presence over here, who instantly loses his head.
Right
And
there.
now Revenant have enough time to not only take their positions on A back again, but the paint shell being lobbed kind of indicates that they know exactly what Militant are up to. It's once again a triple stack over here. The crossfire is not as deadly as they can be, but the presence of Revenant alone should be enough to pause the Militant. Fault line is perfect, but I don't think Pararox is in danger yet. He is the danger! Decapitates Wenka, and he's still going strong. Battler forced to fight him. Finally, Cortez also strikes at once, and this allows Militant Esports to barrel roll into the site. But will they be able to take burst plants? Cortez is trapped over here, so luckily there's no utility on Revenant that can flush him out. But Jing has to be very careful. Position given away. So now they're gonna double down on Blackhawk. They know that there's no trades possible, so they just kill Blackhawk and turn it into a 1v3. Drop sound given away. They know he's cornered now. He's done for. He's gonna have to look multiple ways to make it possible, but he actually pulled it off! A right click, and another one! Oh my god, Ching had me on the edge of my seat! But Militant survived this! Oh my lord, that would have been a clutch for the ages if he actually pulled it off. Sheesh, those were some nutty shots from Ching.
Seconds left.
And he has been having a somewhat silent game so far. If he pulled off this clutch, this would have been his resurgence right away.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, juicy. I love how Battler was just playing on the contact of his teammate and he's able to restabilize it, but man, it almost got out of control. Regardless of the outcome of this round, I must say that even though Revenant lost this, they had the read on Militant all throughout. So as long as Revenant can continue having this lead, they should be able to muster up some defense over here, even though Militant have better weaponry. Ziplining across now, huh? No problem. Whenever Militant have tried going arcade in the past, at least they've been pushed back. I mean, you only have one round for reference over here, so it's not much to go on. But this time Revenant don't have the right read. Even though they have pushed out of A main, Revenant are stacking the B side, anticipating that hit. But what they don't realize is that the dish has been left open and that's what Militant will use to get inside. Ace will get back in position to probably stop this, but there's no way he can hold on to it by himself. Knight Rider creeping in by himself. This is a fake. And he's actually selling it. He's managed to keep so many of the Revenant members stationed on the B side. Meanwhile, his team has taken A. 5v5 retake ensues.
30 seconds
Revenant
left.
can only hope to throw bodies.
Spike
Oh,
planted.
wait, they almost denied the spike plant. Oh, that was close. Paradox eats that Boombot. But then in the smoke, he's able to still get a couple of kills. So I guess the comedy ensues.
One enemy remaining.
Good stabilization from Militant yet again. There's not much the Chin can do, but at least a little economic damage will be desirable. Militant Esports finally take the lead after what seems like an eternity. They were never on the front foot throughout that second map, and they only took the lead in the dying embers of Split. So them winning the pistol of the second half is such a breath of fresh air. Militant can finally breathe a sigh of relief because they, for once, are in the lead in the series. And even though Revenant looked like a very dominant team at the start of this day, this night might just end in disappointment for the Revenant fans. They've got the weaponry, so maybe they can still turn it around. Okay, I'm surprised no recon utility used yet. No 0 point deployed. I thought Cortez would use it right off the bat. But look at the setup from Revenant Esports. They are using all their KJ utility towards the B side. Meanwhile, there's not too much resistance on A. Chink is just playing towards tower, and he's just jump spotting. He most likely will not fight Militant over here. Yeah, as expected, he will fall back, but he's being pressured now. The shorty should be a big deterrent, but no, it is simply ineffective. The blank pellets fall short to stop Venta. Blackhawk musters some piece of resistance, but it is also dealt with. With force and aggression, Militant Esports take the B side for themselves. The Killjoy util that was present towards the A side rendered completely useless because Militant
Spike
never
planted.
ventured down into that area. They just took tower and instantly got the kill on Ching. And right to Ace can't keep up with Cortez movement. Doesn't even take a bit of damage. And Militant finally look very strong, very stable too. I don't think I've seen Militant look this calm and composed in the entire series, and rightfully so. Ching should have had this in the bag. At least at this range, the shorty can do things, but I guess you get unlucky every now and then. So yeah, Militant Esports doing quite a good job of making sure that whatever adjustments Revenant Esports are doing are rendered useless. And they take their sweet time, changing up their approach every now and then. Sometimes hitting arcade, sometimes just going towards dish. So they're prioritizing the north side of the map quite a lot so far. We haven't seen too many aggressive plays from them towards either A main or B main respectively, but then again, it's only been 3 rounds so far, so maybe it's a bit too early to call anything. A much needed timeout for Revenant Esports. Scores 9-6. They're at a 3-round deficit. And I don't think we've seen Revenant on the back foot in this game at all. They were feeling the pressure and bind, but now the adjustments will come through. I guess the first thing to get adjusted is going to be Chink's setup, because arcade has been one of those areas which Militant Esports are getting without too much problems, you know. They're able to creep in over there at the very least. They don't have to take early fights over there.
Find you again.
Yeah, but then after they take arcade control and they're heading into the side, that's when Revenant can actually kill them. So Revenant are hinging on the actual side defense itself rather than pushing out arcade. But the moment I say that, look at this push out from Revenant. They're crunching the north side of the map, which has been the bread and butter of Militant so far. A double push out of Dish, Ching gets one, and there's way too many defenders spearing out of arcade. Rio holding on to dear life, and as though he gets one, he's blown apart. It's all up to Knight Rider, and while he's cleared out the B site, the spike lies in the waiting arms of Revenant. They've acquired the weapons now. Knight Rider will have to pull one out of the hat to make this possible. And unfortunately, his hat isn't available yet, so he doesn't even know the positions of all Revenant members. Josh playing for contact. Oh, no, wait! Paradox doesn't swing! And Rider has a slight idea. Using the Cyber Cage to creep in closer and clear out these angles, he will check towards the rope side. Turret spots him out. Now he knows that Ching should be somewhere towards Dish. Paradox keen on fighting him. They're both gonna double swing him. Nade lob pushes him back in the open, and finally a bullet put in between his brains. Revenant Esports get their first round of the half. And that was a thrifty too. Very good adjustments from Revenant Esports. That tactical timeout really paying off dividends. I pointed out how Militant Esports are using the north side of the map very effectively. They're always able to get arcade without any problems, and then they just fight towards side. The same goes for Dish control. So Revenant has been giving it away. At least they did for the first 3 rounds. But now after the tactical timeout, they crunch the north side with their eco weapons, and the tides are leveled again. This time Revenant aggressing towards the A main region, the fault line, Prowler, everything thrown at them. Paradox and right away swing in wide. And there's only one thing that can save them. It's probably the orbital strike, but even that does nothing. Paradox walks through the hellfire and the flame to kill Badlove, and once again, it's Knight Rider trapped in a 1v3. At least this time, he has something to complete that magic trick. He's got his ultimate, but an unfortunate moment is all it takes to let Ching plant a bullet in the back of his head. Revenant Esports once again winning the round. It's gonna start chipping away at Militant's economy now. They're now on the edge of an eco once again. They have enough money to sustain the buy this round as well. Maybe force out weapons in the next one too. But after all that is said and done, Revenant will definitely have enough money to keep themselves afloat for the next few rounds. Another tactical timeout deployed. And now, Militant Esports are recognizing the trend. So far, Revenant were playing quite passively, at least for the first 3 rounds. But then after the first tactical timeout, we had that resurgence towards the northern side of the map with Revenant crunching. Now they play aggressively towards A main. So, Militant can tell things are not going to be easy from now on. They will have to fight for every square inch of the map. Can they make it work though? Militant found success in the first 3 rounds partially because they were able to get into positions from where they can set up the execute. And the Killjoy utility that Ching had was not really a problem for them because they never ran into it. Now they will have to rethink their approach. Not only is the Killjoy changing her setup, going from B towards the A side, but also the aggressive players are in position yet again. An alarm bot placed towards Dish. I guess this indicates that Revenant really want to contest A main once more. Yeah, but Paradox can't satchel in just yet because of the suppression. So he holds on to his horses. A turret placed aggro. And now Revenant fall back to their defaults. Knight Rider triggers the Dish alarm bot. Will this draw out any rotations from Revenant? We don't see any yet. They've given up the B side temporarily, but they're still defending from Canteen as well as Generator. You can also see that Blackhawk is in a position where he's just equipped his orbital strike. As soon as he sees even a slight glimpse of a Militant member, he will let that Hellfire loose. But because of the null command, he can't use that ultimate. And Revenant don't have any utility, at least for the next few seconds, to stop this plant. And they don't want to stop the plant either. They go around the other side. 3 of them coming in from main, the rest of them coming in from defender spawn. This will be a 5v5 retake and it can be devastating. They've got the lockdown as well as the orbital strike. And to retaliate, Rio only has the Rolling Thunder. Is he gonna let this one go? It all gets activated. Lockdown activated. Revenant, they have to keep moving inside now. But the lockdown does get destroyed. They peer towards underground. And this might just be the game changer. Knight Rider forced to fight down to the open. The aftershock pushes him out. He does get one kill before he's flushed. Cortez looking to play on the timing. Gets the kill onto Paradox. And he should be able to deny them. But Rio is far away from the action. No, the defuse is gonna go through. Oh, poor Rio. He did such a great job. That Rolling Thunder that he had enabled the lockdown to get destroyed. Militant Esports were actively fighting to break it, and they did a wonderful job of it as well. But in that entire chaotic situation, the underground control that Revenant Esports had allowed them to cycle around their opponents once again, and Rio had just way too many players to watch. For once, he was conflicted between guarding the arcade area because he assumed that someone might come out from there. We saw Paradox underground. And then he also had to defend the spike, so that's just way too much responsibility on his shoulders.
Spike retrieved.
Okay. Revenant take a main, but then pump the brakes all of a sudden. They're using the boombots and the prowlers, the deployable utility to clear out these angles, and the Rolling Thunder is narrowly dodged. Badlove uses that stun to just continue moving on towards B main and get into safety. But now Militant are so spread apart, I don't see any trading potential. Josh kills Knight Rider, that's exactly what I was afraid of. At least Knight Rider's adventures into the A side tell his teammates that the dish area is clear and that Josh is alone on the A side. So in case they pinch Josh now, he won't be able to hold on. Unless he pulls off a miracle defense with a triple kill. One above, one below. They don't check him? Oh, finally Venka puts him out of his misery. I thought Josh was going to hold on to the trigger this one once more and pull off a very cool multi-kill. But that doesn't happen. Nightfall invested. This should allow Revenant to battle inside. Cortez burned alive. Rio and Badlove very far away from the spike, so that's not much that they can do. There could be a Molly lineup, but even that's not going to help their cause. And Revenant take the lead once again. This is them winning 4 rounds back to back. And ever since that timeout, when Revenant decided that we are going to now push, Militant Esports have been struggling. They got the first 3 rounds courtesy of Revenant allowing them the entry towards Dish and Arcade, but ever since then, it has been a very tough ask. I love the adjustments from Revenant too this time around. Sure, the Rolling Thunder didn't get them the kills they wanted, but then they quickly recognized the gaps. They recognize that Militant Esports can exploit Dish, and they quickly move into position. I mean, yeah, this round was difficult, and it was partially Right to Waste responsible for getting them the win. But imagine what would have happened if Josh did not hold on to the trigger, if he killed a lot of them early on. Venka with the judge, forced out into the open, flushed by the aftershock, straight into Blackhawk's Vandal. And sure, Revenant get arcade control, but that's at the cost of B main being relinquished. Spike plant goes through. Knight Rider has the hat available, but I mean, in this post-plant situation, he doesn't even need all that much information. He needs something to hold on to. These Spectres can definitely defend the tower region, but Revenant are not playing over there. They use the nade to flush them out, and Paradox is killing every single person. The aftershock might just stop the defuse from coming through for just a little bit, but no, it's used elsewhere. It doesn't get committed. And Blackhawk has absolutely no problem sticking the defuse to half, even though he dies to the aftershock. Yeah, these post-plant lineups have been a big problem for Militant now, haven't they? Even in Bind, we saw that they relied a bit too much on the Brimstone Molly to stop the defuse from happening, and even now they are playing on the back of that aftershock. Blackhawk doesn't care about it. And for all of those who are wondering, where is Fritz? Unfortunately, we won't be seeing any more of him, but I would love to welcome my second co-caster, Shivansh, aka Phoenix. Welcome to the action, buddy.
Hey, Crips, what's up, dude? So, I'm very excited about this matchup. So, I was a little bit under the weather today, so I won't be able to cast a Hindi broadcast. But then I thought, how can I miss this match?
I don't know about you being under the weather, but Venka definitely feels that heat. He's feeling the temperature rise, and Paradox does his best to level the playing field, but Militant are just coming out on top. These gunfights are going in their favor. Oh my god! Josh, yes, so fast on the re-aggression, almost gets that double. Ching now left in a 1v3, and there's one behind him as well. Militant are all over the map.
Quick round. They don't even understand what just happened. And these type of executions literally annoying Revenant a lot, especially the way MLT is playing today. It's just outstanding the way they started their split to what I expected from them. Let's talk about this particular round, right? They lost the first man, but instantly capitalizing on those man advantages and then shutting down the backstab Josh's. That trade was very important. Otherwise, you could have secured 3 in a row.
Yeah. And imagine what would have happened if that actually went through. Wow. Militant fight fire with fire. They pick up the pace just when Revenant are starting to push them into a corner. And now Revenant are forced to reconsider their options because Militant played actively in that previous round to take away that early advantage that Revenant were acquiring with the pushes. Now Revenant drop it. They're playing super passively now. I mean, not super passively, they're still holding the angles like they would normally. And the orbital strike gets used. Alright, Blackout doesn't find much. He was hoping that somebody would get caught in Josh's fault line and get stunned. And then they would burn alive, but that doesn't come through.
That didn't work, unfortunately. But now MLT already forcing Revenant to invest a lot. And now they're just moving forward with the game plan, heading towards B. Knight Rider was holding that bench angle from a very long time now. His team just going to regroup with him and invested a lot of smokes. Now they have the site.
Yeah, Revenant give it up. No problem giving it away. That's exactly why they were hoping to do so, because Josh is just able to get another one through the smoke. That too with the Vandal of all weapons. And now Revenant, they have to get outside of these smokes. They don't even wait for them to expire. They begin all of this very early on. Another smoke towards B main should stop any of these post-plant players from doing their thing. But there is another orbital strike which will stop the diffuser. Once again, Blackhawk sticks it to half at the very least. So Josh still has a chance. No, but there's just way too much heat on him.
They lost the round, they lost a lot of ultimates, and they have very less cash. This is the worst nightmare for Team Revenant. Let's talk about this one particular round. Okay, I like how MLT is just playing slow, and I don't know how Cortez is connecting these shots. I'm just amazed the way he's playing. This is his first, LAN event with the team MLT itself. This whole team, by the way, and he's just popping off, doing some ridiculous stuff here and there. But again, this is going to be an important round. One Guardian, one Vandal. Venka cold, screwing too strong, didn't check the box, got punished there, and there's a trade.
Yeah, Ace gets dealt with. There's not too much else on the A side. The best that they can do is activate the nanoswarms and hope to delay the spike plant, which should allow Revenant and the rest of the members to get back into its A main. And now Militant are looking a bit dicey. The Rolling Thunder let loose. Only one of them gets hit. They're going to a string, waiting for him on the other side of the smoke, and he decapitates them all. A quick spray down is all that's required to stop this thwarted attack. And Revenant get to map point yet again.
And this was the round in which they just invested one Vandal and Guardian. That's it. Venka lost his life a bit too early, and just because of that, look at the backstab. 3 players coming from the back, from the A main, secure that pick, Knight Riders trade, and then the ultimate commitment. Just huge. And the way Revenant capitalizes on this, it's just on point, making those textbook plays perfectly. 1 round away for the victory, 1 round away for the overtime. MLT and Revenant. This is the most important round, and what you have, Singh has his lockdown available in the backpack for the retake, and that's why they're playing A. And they're counter pushing. Nice strat.
Yeah, so at least Revenant have now taken dish control for themselves. They've got the northern side of the map cleared out, so now they know that Militant have no choice but to come in from sand. And Ching's already prepared over here. A preemptive lockdown placed. It doesn't really cover the site, so Militant can still plant. But then again, Revenant recognized that Militant wanted to fight CT instead of going for the plant right away. A little burn damage inflicted onto Rio. Let's see if this is a detriment. Rolling Thunder ready. He's ready to rock them to the core, but Revenant are waiting for the timing to come through. It delays them for a bit. Militant, they're able to get the frags all together. Ace now knows the position of one of these players, but he has to figure out where's the other one. Flash available. He still kills Rio. He's able to get back into safety. And now Bad Love, his position will be revealed by the Haunt. Ace has it in the bag. He can go for the spike cap. Bad Love holding on. And he gets it.
Will he? That's the question, I think so. Yes, he will. He defused the spike. And yes, Revenant finally won. This is their first match of this VCSA, Omen VCSA, and they somehow managed to win against MLT. But to be honest, it was a tough fight. MLT, they played well. This last round, Right Away is again one of the best IGL in showcasing his experience. That final peak, I think so that was unnecessary because Right Away is unaware of the fact that he is hiding behind that box, but still, good matchup, no doubt.
What a symphony of close games today. We had Revenant Esports in the lead multiple times, but they fumbled the bag in Split. They almost fumbled it in Bind, and Militant had some amazing comebacks. But the one map where Militant Esports were going toe-to-toe, the one map where they were not trailing behind, they failed to close out. And Revenant reigned supreme. Their first appearance in VCSA, and Paradox can finally get a well-deserved rest. What a way to start the split for both these teams, actually.
I'm happy for both the teams, by the way. And especially the inclusion of Forte is really good, providing a lot of strength to the team. And they actually required it. Paradox also impressed us a lot today. And that's what we were expecting from both the teams, by the way. Let's see, how they're going to play in their future matches, because this is just the start, especially for Revenant.
This is just the start for Revenant. They had a very spicy entry into this tournament, and now they've got the win to back it up. Whew. What a wonderful day we have had, right? I mean, we had comebacks, we had 1v1 clutches, we had multi-kills, we had 2 casters as well, but we will ignore that fact conveniently for the time being. But there was so much cool stuff happening in this game, we deserve to break it down detail by detail so we get to see every single thing that happened. We'll discuss this match in depth later on after this short break.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in.
Same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 C's. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 C's. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 C's. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we gon' way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that lemon squeeze. Went off with my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage and they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong.